Good morning to all our participants. Welcome to our second day of FACS conference. Another very intense and rich day today ahead of us. And we hope you had a very good day yesterday. A lot of food for our thoughts, as I said. And without further ado, I will give the floor to Daniel Münderlein, our first guest speaker. Welcome again, Daniel. Buongiorno.
Buongiorno a tutti.
Thank you. Yesterday you talked us through the project, the EFWA project, and today I believe you're going to talk us through how to communicate urban agriculture.
Yes, we will discuss a little bit how to communicate urban agriculture. We've seen a lot of videos and Mammut Film. They also presented the website, our important web-based platform. So I'm delighted again to open today, and thanks for introducing me, Patricia.
Thank you.
And maybe I want to take you back to how we started in the
floor is yours. I'm going to disappear now, so the floor is all yours.
Okay, great. So yeah, I want to take you back a little bit to how we started in the FUA project to 2020 in November, and yeah, I've already explained the overall aims, and yeah, we started to think about how can we engage with stakeholders, how can we establish this forum, how can we collect data, process data, co-build knowledge, but yeah, we've also been confronted with the COVID-19 situation, and so immediately we had to deal with questions like how to engage with the audience during the COVID-19 pandemic, because as we've heard in the interesting talk between Trine and Chris yesterday, urban agriculture helped some people to go through the pandemic because they spent more time in their private gardens or on their balconies, but it was just this private space. People went back into their private space, so this phenomenon of cocooning can't be observed, and yeah, many community-based services were restricted or completely shut down. Think about community gardens, community-supported agriculture projects. So how could we get in touch with these people? Then this idea of how to co-build transdisciplinary knowledge. I mean, there's an ongoing discourse that when you try to create transdisciplinary knowledge, you are experiencing these gaps between practitioners and scientists. And we thought about how to develop a common language and how to find common ground in urban agriculture. When we got in touch with the local stakeholders, we also became aware of the fact that the real experts in urban agriculture are often can be found in the field, because we've learned yesterday urban agriculture has a long history. It's been there for a while, and it's been highly adapted to the local conditions. So the local farmers, the stakeholders, the activists, they might have a way better knowledge of soil conditions, of food systems, of microclimate, of crops, and the new knowledge we are looking for, it might be there already. We just have to find a way to convey it, to articulate it, and yeah, to communicate the perceptions at eye level. The knowledge is tacit to some degree, so we cannot grasp it. We have to find a way to elicit it from the local stakeholders, make it tangible when we start to promote dialogues about important issues. The big topic, engaging with policymakers. We've talked about this yesterday at the roundtable, the farm to fork strategy. So these challenges puzzled us a little bit, and we thought about strategies, how to deal with it. And yeah, we stick to this old formula: a picture paints 1,000 words. And we wanted to visually engage with local stakeholders. That was basically the idea why we initiated the smartphone video diaries. And technically, these already represent an approach to co-build knowledge in urban agriculture. We've already seen the movies yesterday presented by Mammut, because what we did, we invited a lot of people from the world of urban agriculture to create movies by using their mobile phones in local projects and sent the raw footage to us, which was polished, professionally edited, and Mammut gave it their magic touch afterwards to produce these video diaries, which share local stories, local expertise, local knowledge. And today I want to talk about another video-based project. Yeah, we've already seen a couple of clips yesterday, and you might have noticed that many of them are more related to individual case studies. And we also thought that it could be useful for the forum to create videos which cover a broad range of different topics, which support us on our EFUA mission, also the idea to educate new people about urban agriculture and its benefits. Obviously, we wanted to enrich this web-based platform, the website, with new content. And what was also important for us is to visually communicate urban agriculture across different cultural contexts. And yeah, we have a co-films course here at the RWTH, which is offered on a regular basis, and this usually is tailored around describing the development of city regions or landscapes. And so we decided to link this co-films course, yeah, which already also aims at co-building knowledge through movie production. We decided to link it to the EFUA project, and we developed 5 major themes or topics. One would be networking in urban agriculture, our overall mission, then the spatial dimension of urban agriculture, how is agriculture situated within the urban landscape, the systemic dimension of urban agriculture regarding the city as a metabolism. And we've heard about urban food systems yesterday a lot. Forms and types of urban agriculture clearly related to this typology we've heard about, and delivering multifunctional outcomes through urban agriculture. We've already learned that it ticks a lot of boxes in a lot of departments. That's why we think it's just such a valuable tool and an important phenomenon. And yeah, we created data packages, and these topics have been handed out to the students, and they worked more or less self-sufficient and independently throughout a whole semester on these topics. And I just want to explain a little bit the workflow. I mean, these topics are rather complex in nature, so they developed first ideas in mood boards in terms of finding a visual style, a color scheme, a basic atmosphere for each movie. So they collected just impressions, bits and pieces, colors, and these have been all compiled in a mood board. The mood board then translated into a storyboard. So the workflow was pretty much like a professional movie maker. They had to find or develop a narrative, a good story to tell these topics and to translate these topics into movies. And here we can see the scenes, the frames, and also the audio that was recorded later on. And yeah, after the semester, we ended up with 5 fully edited video clips. So we are really happy that the students worked on these topics and produced these nice videos. They are already uploaded to the EFUA website. The link can be found below. And yeah, as a small mood enhancer and as an enrichment to the conference and as a nice start for day 2, we want to now present and accept 3 videos. Due to time constraints, we cannot watch them all. And yeah, we decided that we want to see networking in urban agriculture, forms and types of urban agriculture, and multifunctional outcomes. And so there's not a lot more I can say right now, just lights, camera, action, and hopefully Michelangelo can take over now, and we can watch these 3 video clips as a good start into our day 2 of the Wonderful Facts Conference.
Thank you, Daniel. Michelangelo, please, video number 1. Thank you.
Food connects people. And within the global concept of urban agriculture, we have to ask ourselves, how well does this large system even work? In order to feed all 7.9 billion people on our planet, a strong and healthy network helps to tackle several challenges while having central importance for quality of life and structure of the city. Looking at those food production chains that comprise several stages and groups of actors, from producing and processing to distributing, retailing, and consuming the food, over time it has shown that the connections and interfaces between these stages are gradually getting lost, which leads us to the eternal question: how can a strong and healthy network among the individual stages of food production and groups of actors be developed? The key actors of the participating sector are represented through farmers, coordinators, resellers, and consumers. The foundation is represented by scientists who are doing research for proper conditions and exploring suitable sites based on scientific parameters. The seed of urban agriculture is getting planted, followed by the sprout of the producing sector through farmers who are producing and providing crops. In context of the city, they differ in full-time, part-time, or hobby farmers with the mission to make food available for everyone. The sapling of the network tree stands for selling and further processing of crops, which leads into economic marketing of commodities. After harvesting, cleaning, and quality control, the crops are prepared to get sold directly at the local farmers market or supermarket. Additionally, there is the option of industrial processing the crops into manufactured goods. After shaping the functional structure of urban agriculture, the just mentioned sectors have to be submitted through guidelines and political agendas before sale and distribution collaboration between policymakers, food council managements, and logistics is required. The many tasks of coordination could get summarized in providing money to accomplish a common infrastructure, analyzing the local food market, offering a platform for participation and exchange, focus on an overall goal for the city, and controlling achievements through a plan of action. The crops of urban agriculture are now ready to be consumed. While adding a local offer to the market with an outstanding promotion, consumers are able to choose a local product and support the urban agriculture system. To answer the question on why it is so important to secure the connections between these stakeholders, it could be said, through a strong and healthy integration of networking to urban agricultural systems, multiple benefits arise. Benefits such as global health, fair trade, higher revenue, lower farming costs, market access, and addressing water scarcity and waste management. In order to keep those connections strong, we need to educate those who aren't engaged thus far. Doing that by providing necessary information via different kinds of media, like print, online media, or toolkits, is very important and helps to close knowledge gaps among society. It's all a matter of understanding, mentoring organizations such as EFUA, and working together as a whole. Every drop counts. To gain a sustainable network. Come on, participate!
Video number 2, please, Michelangelo. Thank you.
Urban agriculture is one of the most promising concepts for improving urban lifestyles. But which forms of urban agriculture are actually found within our cities? Which forms represent basic food production and which deliver real and diverse improvements to the overall quality of urban life? First, let's look at the different areas of the city to identify locations for the diverse forms of urban agriculture that we might encounter. First, we have the rural area, familiar from the large fields and the low density of buildings. Then, there is the peri-urban space, with a mix of houses, industry and social facilities. And finally, there is the urban area itself, with a range of apartments, skyscrapers and commercial buildings. Here you can see some of the numerous forms of urban agriculture. Let's discover a few of them. First, let's have a look at the rural area where we can visit the local farmer. Behind the farm shop, you can see the owner of the farm. He manages the organic farm and is the 4th generation of family farmers. He has developed a local food and farm themed concept of agriculture on his land. Vegetables, fruits and animal products like milk, meat and eggs are produced and sold in the farm shop by the owners. In addition to their own low-intensity farming activity, they offer visitors the possibility to harvest their own products on their land. That gives the consumers the chance to see where the food really comes from and to be sure that everything is natural and organic. Through the farm shop and collaboration with local food retailers, it is possible to decrease food waste and to reduce energy demands for the transportation. If we move a little further into the more densely developed parts of the city, there is less land available for green spaces at ground level. Therefore, rooftop gardening is a form of urban agriculture which is well adapted to the city environment. The urban roofs can accommodate different types of urban agriculture, such as rooftop gardening, urban beekeeping, rooftop greenhouses and more. The participants are often inhabitants of the skyscrapers who farm for their own consumption or sometimes also companies with commercial ambitions. This large diversity of plant types in urban areas can be found in city parks, domestic gardens, on green walls and in allotments which are located on the skyscraper and which are usually maintained by the inhabitants or the house owners. When the beekeeper has collected the honey from the rooftop beehives, the resulting produce is usually of quite good quality. The urban honey, vegetables and fruits which are produced on the local roof can be sold at local organic shops, assuming that no contamination has occurred. Familiarity with urban nature, including insects, animals and plants, can also be promoted in schools by creating educational gardens. These can be found, for example, in this elementary school, which is located in the peri-urban area from the city. The educational garden aims not only to educate children about the natural world and to develop awareness of agriculture. It aims also to nurture a sense of stewardship for nature and an appreciation of its many benefits and products. The cultured products are often herbs, vegetables and fruits. The resulting produce is not sold to the wider public, but is mostly consumed by the children and their families themselves. It can also be used at the school cafeteria to support health eating and awareness programs. Sometimes government or NGOs support this kind of work to support education and child development. Finally, we visit a community garden in a peri-urban area where the residents can develop more sustainable lifestyles through planting and consuming fruit and vegetables in the garden. Every inhabitant can help in maintaining the gardens and can earn a share of the produce. The community garden not only provides ecological benefits, but can also boost social cohesion within the neighborhood. Community gardens are usually non-commercial, and the products are consumed by the residents and their families and friends. The aim of these gardens is not only to produce healthy food, but also to act as a focal point for exchanging ideas with others and for urban residents to spend time outdoors in the nature. After an analysis of some of the different forms of urban agriculture, we can see that urban agriculture activity can help to create more sustainable urban environments. Thanks to all the different forms of urban agriculture, it is possible to introduce more green space into the urban core, and for this to mitigate adverse impacts of development, including noise and pollution. But improvement to overall environmental quality is not the only significant impact of urban agriculture. We can also see how social interaction of the participants can be enhanced, the image of the city can become livelier, and how consumption of natural and self-cultivated products can improve the health of the wider urban population.
Urban agriculture delivers multiple benefits to address the challenges of our time. We live in an age of globalization and new technologies. Our world is changing faster and becoming more complex than ever before. The climate crisis is one of the biggest of the challenges we have to deal with, increasing the intensity and impacts of natural disasters and the loss of biodiversity. Urban areas are subject to ever-increasing population growth and densification. The ongoing segregation challenges cities by increasing social, cultural, and demographic inequalities. To respond to the challenges mentioned so far, the United Nations adopted the Agenda 2030, including its 17 Sustainable Development Goals. They build the framework for a worldwide sustainable society. But what are the benefits of urban agriculture, and how can they address the different Sustainable Development Goals? The benefits can be divided into environmental, economic, and social. Urban agriculture offers the possibility to adapt to climate change, and so reduce the adverse effects of extreme rainfall and flooding events. Green infrastructure within cities can cool down the temperature and lower the air pollution levels. Through increasing biodiversity, urban agriculture contributes to crucial ecosystem service provision, such as pollination. By reducing food miles and by producing food nearer to where it is consumed, it is also possible to significantly lower CO2 emission and energy consumption. Economically, urban agriculture can create new job opportunities for growers and traders alike. Farmers increase their income and citizens reduce spending on their food. On the social level, it improves the access to fresh and diverse food and spreads awareness about better nutrition. Open and accessible green spaces encourage a mix of people from different social and cultural backgrounds, thereby increasing the equity in society. People of all ages learn during the process of urban farming through direct experience of nature itself, through the organization of projects, and also as a result of interaction with other participants. In this way, urban agriculture helps to improve the quality of neighborhoods and the interpersonal relationships or social capital which people can all benefit from. As a conclusion, urban agriculture can deliver multiple benefits that can help to ensure a more sustainable future for all of us. It also offers the chance to tackle different sustainable development goals simultaneously. Furthermore, urban agriculture creates the opportunity to fight climate change and to improve the overall quality of life and social connections in cities. So, think about what you can do. Small incremental steps can make a big difference in the longer term.
Thank you, Daniel, for sharing with us these very interesting videos made by the students of the RWTH Aachen University. Thank you, which actually reminds me that right after your intervention, our Director of Territorial Planning Department, Josep Roma, wanted to bring his salutations and also have a chat with you, but he's stuck in traffic and he apologizes he cannot be, because he wanted to actually stress out that urban agriculture is one of the main topics in our department, that is also Roma, in the Territorial Planning Department, and we are working a lot in this direction. So he apologizes and welcomes all of you to the works today. And Daniel, the floor is yours for your final contribution. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I just wanted to point out that it was a little bit of a difficult start due to the COVID pandemic, but yeah, we decided to also see this as a new window of opportunity in terms of experimenting with new ways of engaging with stakeholders within the world of urban agriculture. And I think we were able to sort of take advantage of this special situation, and now we've flexibly adapted to these new circumstances that COVID brought to us. And maybe it's also an idea to showcase our own resilience as a consortium. And yeah, I'm really looking forward to what lies ahead of us, and the next practice, the policy making aspects of the project will be rather interesting. And so there's nothing more to say. Enjoy day 2 of the conference, and I'm really looking forward to the discussions at the round table.
Thank you, Daniel. And in fact, I wanted to stress out this aspect of resilience of our network and our consortium, that this conference that was supposed to take place here in Rome was supposed to be our very first physical meeting and the first opportunity for all of us to meet. But this has not been possible. So I'm really happy and also touched, actually, to see that we are all gathered here in front of our computer. So in a way, it feels as if we were all together. It is not the same thing. So let's look forward to the next conference in Sofia. Hopefully it will take place physically and we will be able to finally shake our hands, literally. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Daniel.
You're welcome.
Thank you. We are going now to our next speaker, which is my friend and colleague Franco Latorre from Risorse per Roma. I know he's already online with us today. Franco.
Buongiorno, Patricia.
Buongiorno, good morning, welcome again. You are going to talk us through a timeline of projects that have seen Risorse per Roma and the City of Rome involved in urban agriculture in the last 10, 12 years. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Patricia. But the technical assistants, please to assist me showing my slide presentation. Thank you, Michelangelo. So yesterday, during the first day of our conference, Roma has presented, has shown its agricultural soul, the tradition, the heritage, historical heritage of the cities about urban agriculture, the strategies, policies, actions, actors. And today, I will present you a summary of a number of international cooperation projects. The list, of course, is not exhaustive. Is a selection. I'm not in this aspect perfect. I would like to show you only a few, around 10 international cooperation projects. Why? Because international cooperation surely contribute to what Roma is today. Because through these projects, as I will try to show you, many pieces of the urban agricultural strategies will be put in order. And on the other side, through international cooperation, Roma and the partners, of course, of this project had the opportunity to share, to learn, to build, to better understand. So at the end of the day, to make the picture very more clear, as it was when everything was operated in the, in the inner, within the borders of the municipalities. and in this respect, the municipality of Rome. When you open to international cooperation, you open windows, doors, and here is exchanged with the other environments. Different kind of local government, different countries, different realities. So it's one of the more effective opportunities to build strategies, planning, capacities. So please, first slide, please. Next one, yeah. So I started with in 2012, and this was a project that was just the first step. When the process start learning, comparing, and disseminating. You will see mentioned as a partner Roma, but is the inclusive typology. When it's written, Roma could be a university, could be the municipality, could be the municipality and a university, or Risorse per Roma, or other actors, associations, together, consortium, but all these actors belongs to the same territory, the city of Rome. Next, please. Thank you. So CDIGMET was a Euro-Mediterranean international cooperation project. And through CDIGMET, the municipality of Rome was able to establish the first 3 community urban gardens. And this was done thanks to the networking, to the exchange of experiences and practices. So it was an example of starting by doing and networking. Next, please. What is an urban garden? And what is a community urban garden managed by the association? Starting thinking about this, was built this project called Gardenizer. Gardenizer is the new professional profile that is helping the community in the establishment of a community urban gardens and in managing. So, after sharing experiences in how to fight against all the issues that were well described during the video, how to be resilient, then come and how to manage all of this. And Gardenizer was one of the profiles that came out from this discussion. Next, please. We are very proud to announce, as we mentioned also before, then yesterday, that on 2017, during the Urbact Festival, Roma was awarded with the Urbact Good Practices City for the bottom-up governance model of the management of the urban gardens, as it has been very well described yesterday by Paola Marzi. Next, please. The second Gardenizer project was able to define better and systemize this new professional profile by training and through the exchange and the internship, the community Gardenizer. Next, please. I forgot to mention that thanks to the second phase of Gardenizer, the profile was labeled officially. Then Rurban. Rurban was the occasion, the opportunity to share the Rome regulation on management of urban gardens with other European cities and start the discussion altogether if this regulation could be an example, can be in some way translate in the different European cities. Next, please. Third phase of Gardenizer, the professional profile, we are convinced that this kind of facilitator, the Gardenizer, is very helpful. And already it has been adopted by other cities, other European cities. And through this Gardenizer phase 3, there was a very broad exchange among different communities of urban gardeners. Next, please. Let's train the Gardenizer. Training course in Italy, France, Belgium, and UK. So we will, through this project, we will be able also to select new specific profile, the Gardenizer Tech and the Gardenizer Education. So we were specializing this facilitator at community level. Next, please. And we take advantage by all the experience made with the first phase of Rurban and also by the experience of Gardenizer in order to enlarge the transfer of the good practice of Rome to other European cities with a mix of, from one side, the regulation, the administrative practice, and on the other side, the technical profile. The two, the Rome regulation and the Gardenizer, were the practice that during this Rurban second phase were shared by the European cities, the new European cities. Next, please. And then CAP, the Common Agricultural Policy, a pillar of the European Union strategies in this field. And the CAP, that is acronym for caperi, is a typical vegetables of the Mediterranean area, was devoted to the dissemination and the awareness raising, targeting young generation, children, adolescents mainly, and adults. On this not so easy to explain and to understand strategic pillar of the European Union, that is the Common Agricultural Policy. Next, please. Introducing new technologies in the urban community gardens was the challenge of this ongoing project, that is Learning Bubbles, financed by the Erasmus program of the European Union. The aim is to support learning about community gardens, making use of digital technologies. Next, please. This was a mistake. I'm sorry for this slide. And instead of a FUA, it's not the reason to talk about a FUA during a FUA, was supposed to be dedicated to another Horizon 2020 project ongoing. It's very crucially important for us and for all 34 partners of this project that is called FUSILI. Fusilli is a brand of pasta, and the acronym means fostering urban food policy transformation through innovative living labs. Among the 34 partners, 12 are cities that during the 4 years of the project will start their own city living lab. The place where the stakeholders and the city administration will define their own food policy and food action plans, action plan of actions, of course. The aim is to make the food policy sustainable and to base this policy on the agricultural capacity of the urban and peri-urban territories. It's a very big challenge. 12 cities all together, supported by the other 22 partners, is a very large partnership. The project is producing, after the, let's say, almost 1.5 years of activities, very, very relevant results. Next, please. And then we have this not European Union funded project, but by the Inter-American Development Bank, a way to cross the ocean. No, it's the opportunity to exchange the experience of Rome with Latin American cities, in particular the city of Sao Paulo, when the city of La Coruña, the city of Lima, sorry, the city of La Coruña will exchange experience with Tuxtla Gutiérrez in Mexico and Loures with Sao Paulo in Brazil. The 3 European cities were partner of the Urban project financed by the Urbat program. This is a way to valorize the experience done through other projects and to maximize the value of this project in the broader arena of the European Latin American Partnership. Next, please. And this is the last. Following the same wave of the previous one, GenerActor is an European, Europaid international cooperation project funded by the EU, where the municipality of Rome and the Lazio region will support Barranquilla in Peru in policing, planning, and implementing urban gardens in these beautiful cities of Peru. And I finish this next just to say hello to everybody. This is the European Green Way in Roma. And I really thank you for this opportunity to share with you the international cooperation experience of the municipality of Rome. Thank you. Thank you again.
Thank you. Thank you, Franco, for your contribution to today's work. You have taken us through time on a small, short journey through time. At least now our viewers have a better idea of what we have been doing here in Rome in the last 10 years. And hopefully for many more coming. So we have a lot of things going on now, and hopefully more projects will come in the next few years. Thank you very much.
Thank you again.
Thank you. We are going now to our next guest speaker, which is Giampiero Mazzotti. I believe he's already connected with us. Giampiero. Giampiero Mazzocchi from the... Buongiorno, welcome. Buongiorno, Giampiero.
Properly?
Perfect. Giampiero Mazzocchi is from the CREA, which is the Italian Council for Agricultural Research and Agricultural Economics Analysis. And you are going to try to tell us how urban agriculture can bridge the gap between the city and the countryside. Thank you. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Patricia. Thank you for this invitation, and also thank you to Risorse per Roma. I'm very thrilled to be here because urban agriculture is a topic that I've been studying a lot over the last years. So I'm very happy to share my, let's say, the background, the theoretical background that I've built in these years. I'm particularly happy today because it's raining today in Rome, and this is a very good news for farmers and for urban agriculture, obviously, because of the severe droughts that affected farming over the last months. Okay, I share my screen. I try. Please, can you confirm that you can see my screen properly?
Perfect. It's
okay.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay. So my presentation, as Patricia announced, is called Bridging the Gap Between City and Countryside. So what is the role of urban agriculture in this context? I approach this issue from some different lens. Let's say I'm an economist. I got a PhD in landscape and environment, so I will try to mix all these elements, to understand and to frame urban agriculture within the spatial relationships that link city with countryside. Okay, in this brief presentation, I'm going to, let's say, identify what are the gaps, why we are talking about gaps between city and countryside, and then trying to modeling some forms of urban agriculture. I will not go into, let's say, a sort of modeling that have been already studied within this project and that the videos have already shown, but I will try to frame these models inside a more wide context. I will try to also to understand what are the strategies that farmers adopt to react to city proximity, and then I will show some interesting cases of how to bridge this gap that were recently studied and proposed in Rome, that in which, as Franco Latorre already said, there is a sort of green wave through the several projects that nowadays are involving urban agriculture and urban food policies. So what are the where are these gaps? Why we are talking about gap between city and countryside, but I would say more generally between food production and food consumption. So there is a geographical distance, no, from the supply areas to the consumption areas. These distances are growing and have grown over the last decades. So we are more and more distant from the places where food is produced. There is also an economic gap because of the proliferation of intermediaries. There are, in the conventional food systems, there are several actors that go into play from the phase of production to the consumption and post-production phases. There is also a political gap to the extent that we have a very low capability, generally speaking, in driving food systems and to make our voice heard inside the food system governance systems. That there is also a cognitive gap, because we don't know the conditions, the specificities in which the food we are eating is produced. So we don't know the features of the farmers, of the farms where the food come from. So there are a lot of let's say gaps that we need to face, to tackle. Okay. We can define urban agriculture, I would say, on three main domains, let's say. There is a domain that regard markets and economic orientation of farming, okay? Let's imagine a situation in which there is a city and some plots of urban agriculture. In some cases, we could have urban agriculture that has, let's say, purposes linked to mainly social aspects. So producing ecosystem services in terms of cultural services for the urban agriculture itself and for the gardeners, let's say. There is a kind of urban agriculture that that produce food for the city. A kind of agriculture that relies a lot on short food supply chains and other similar forms of commercialization. But there is also another kind of urban agriculture that could exist inside the cities that is non-urban oriented. So it's a sort of urban agriculture that, because of the expansion of the cities, now is within the urban mosaic. But actually, this kind of agriculture considers the urban, the cities, not as an opportunity, but maybe as a threat, something to be tackled, and something that is not so comfortable for its business. Okay. Then we can define urban agriculture also on the social value that it entails. We can, as you may know, because of the specificity of this project, the social values cover a wide array of opportunities, from community gardens for the integration, educational and therapeutic gardens, social agriculture with relative social benefits. Also, there is a spatial dimension linked to urban agriculture. Moving from city core to countryside, we can see different models of our urban agriculture, from rooftop garden to interstitial agriculture, to urban gardens, to a more multifunctional agriculture, towards more productive and market-oriented peri-urban agriculture. When we talk, in my opinion, when we talk about urban agriculture, we don't have to consider just only urban gardens and the social aspects of urban agriculture, but because of the challenges that the videos shown, we have to imagine an urban agriculture that can produce food for the city and that can activate relationships among the actors that exist in the city. So apparently there are three dimensions: the spatial dimension, the economic orientation of the farms, and the social value. But on a closer inspection, we can see that there is also a political aspects that enter into the debate of urban agriculture. Why? Because urban agriculture is strongly linked to the collaboration between the actors that are involved in the management of green areas, of urban areas. So most of the time, governing urban agriculture entails considering bottom-up construction of processes of decisions. This is something that Franco Latorre showed very clearly. There could be a lot of cooperation aspects that enter into the debate of how to govern urban agriculture. And also, urban agriculture evolves in response to the expansion of urbanization most of the time. In this slide, you can see a sort of modelization, and obviously as a model, it is simplified, but it's a simplification of the reality, obviously, but it's just to make to realize how urban agriculture can represent different patterns of green areas in response to the urbanization. Most of the time, actually, there is a mix in cities. There is a mix of these models of agriculture. So urban agriculture can be a green patch, can be a green corridor, can be together a green network or a green belt. So depending also on the context we are studying and we are analyzing. Actually, it is, in my opinion, from a landscape perspective, is important to take to realize what could be the patterns of evolution of urban agriculture. But there are also challenges for urban and peri-urban agriculture. The main challenge, in my opinion, regards the land. So the competitions for alternatives, especially for buildings, and also the issues related to the land ownership. Okay. Also, there is a competition for water, for energy, for labor, especially when other economic sectors are more attractive than farming. Also, making food inside the city is not as simple as doing it in rural areas, because obviously of the competitions you have for other, let's say, infrastructural domains. For example, the uses of the streets, the ecosystem, these services that urban agriculture can produce. There is also a theme of the green gentrification, so the increased real estate values that most of the time are connected with the development of urban agriculture plots in cities. Looking also at the policies that have an impact on urban agriculture, we can also see that there is a sort of stratification of layers that have an impact on urban agriculture. For example, we can look at the global strategies and orientations, for example, like the Sustainable Development Goals, that have an impact on urban agriculture, and they expect something from urban agriculture. But there is also the Common Agricultural Policy that obviously does not affect urban areas, but as we are considering peri-urban agriculture, there are some lands, parcels that are eligible for Common Agricultural Policies. So this is something that we have to take into consideration. There is also a spread of urban food policies that try to connect green areas with the urban mosaic and try to, let's say, put all the stakeholders together to study and to produce new development patterns for urban agriculture. But there are also some bottom-up projects that regard urban agriculture as also urban planning tools. So there is a sort of multi-layering of urban agriculture, and each of these layers produce some impacts on urban agriculture plots. And also associations and NGOs, obviously, most of the time do very important and impactful projects in agriculture plots. So apparently the cities are expanding a lot, and this comics is just to understand that maybe farmers are sort of changing their economic models in order to respond to the expansion of the city towards rural, peri-urban, and then rural areas. there are some interesting frameworks that have been developed over the last years. One of the most let's say pertinent framework is the one developed by Van der Ploeg and Roop, where farmers respond to city proximity through three main strategies. The first one is the deepening. So let's say mobilizing the factors of production to go into deep of the food chain. So, for example, activating short food supply chains, for example, selling products in local farm markets. There is also a broadening strategies that entails committing in other tasks that are not so much related with agricultural production, but are related to the services that a farm can produce. For example, the landscape management, the organization of events, the diversification of activities. Let's take into account that most of the time, this kind of activities increase the incomes for the farms. So we can state that city proximity represents an opportunity for farmers that can take to improve their economic viability. And also there is a mobilization of resources because of the proximity to city. Farms can, for example, choose to mobilize some labor forces into more urban jobs, so improving also the economic viability of the overall farms, and also there are other strategies, other frameworks that distinguish among traditional adaptive and reactive strategies. In the traditional framework, farmer continues to use the factors of the production in the actual agricultural production activity. There are also adaptive strategies. So farmers react to the urbanization by deactivating a portion of the factors of production and relocating it to activities outside the sector, and this is what is called regrounding, no, in the chart on the left. But also there are reactive farms, when farmers relocate the production in order to diversify their activities. So diversification in terms of landscape management, multifunctionality, etc. So how to bridge the gap? And then I'm going to conclude my presentation. In Rome, there are some interesting multifunctional farms, and especially we have analyzed the case of Coraggio, that is a cooperative of young farmers in the northern part of Rome. And it's very important to understand that this farm is completely immersed into the urban mosaic. So this means that this farm is going to produce a lot of ecosystem services because of the proximity to city. Actually, this farm is inside the city. So we have, when we plan urban agriculture, we have to consider the types and the scope that ecosystem services, this kind of urban agriculture is going to produce. So they can depend obviously on location, proximity to urban mosaic, the density of the population, the accessibility to urban agriculture, the connectivity with other green areas in order to construct green corridors for biodiversity improvement. And what is interesting in this case is that the Coraggio exists because of the high political commitment that the founders have done in obtaining public lands that were previously unutilized. In this case, we can see very clearly how much the urban agriculture is connected with political commitment and the political governance of the land management. Also, agricultural parks are an important tool in the hand of policymakers. Over the last year, we have developed an agricultural park proposal for the metropolitan city of Rome, based on several and in-depth analysis we have performed, we have conducted over the last year, mixing together different elements, landscape, economic, social elements. For example, looking at the land consumption, looking at the public lands, looking at the location of food outlets and direct selling activities, looking at also the location of farmers' markets. So mixing all these elements, we have drawn a proposal of agricultural park that we are now discussing with the metropolitan city of Rome, with the purpose of targeting different goals, enhancing the multifunctionality of peri-urban agriculture, halting environmental degradation due to constant pressures for constructing new buildings, protecting the soil, connected also the protected natural areas for creating sort of green belt or green corridors, and also creating a governance structure to make the local economic system more competitive. So, for conclude, we have seen that is not possible to keep separate city planning and management from rural development. City and countryside must be seen as complementary, and we should avoid obviously a dichotomic vision of city and countryside, as the painting show very clearly. It is not possible to keep separate food systems and agricultural systems, and as Chiara Tornaghi recently stated, today urban and peri-urban agriculture are something profoundly political and connected to the future of the cities and communities that live in them. So this is the last slide. I want to conclude just launching some, let's say, something very far from could be the urban agriculture, talking about the Epic of Gilgamesh. The Epic of Gilgamesh actually talks about the relationship between the civilization and the Sylvatic parts that exist in the human being. In the epic, there is another character that is Endiku, that is a man that show that men have a duty to learn to live in a civilized way. But in the transition from nature to culture, we risk to lose our wild roots. So maybe urban agriculture is very useful to finding balance between city and country in order to discover our balance between the wild and the civilized, so that are both components of ourselves that we need to take into account. So to be truly civilized, we must remain grounded in nature. And in my opinion, urban agriculture has a very important role for this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Giampiero. Thank you for your intervention. In fact, thank you also for anticipating one of the urban farms that we will virtually visit this afternoon, which is Cooperativa Coraggio. So at least now when they will watch our video in the afternoon, they will have already some hints on what they are doing over there. Thank you very much. We are a bit late, I'm afraid, so I'm going to go straight to our next guest, which is Claudia Casatella. Buongiorno, Claudia, moderator of the first roundtable of the day. Buongiorno. You will have your full hour of time, don't worry. So thank you. And you, together with your guests, you are going to talk about two important topics, urban planning and urban agriculture, how they come together.
Yes.
So, very interesting indeed and challenging discussion. The floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and I'm facilitated by the fact that this linkage has been already mentioned many times in the previous talk. So, first of all, I would like to share my screen. I don't see you, but so good morning, everyone. The topic of our roundtable is planning with urban agriculture. I am Claudia Casatella. I'm Associate Professor of Landscape and Regional Planning. And I will, before introducing the panelists, let me just explain the rationale under this round table and some first findings of the EQUA research on this topic so far. The integration of urban agriculture into urban policies, into land use planning, into urban regulations is both a challenge and an opportunity. So with the contribution of our panelists, we will discuss some planning solutions and some successful practices of city planning, of green infrastructure planning, of agro-parks and other solutions. We started from a question which characterize our task, how to define a comprehensive set of urban planning approaches supporting the development of urban agriculture. Which are the characteristics of the urban agriculture practices and their governance models that can help or can hinder them in achieving the goals established by urban development strategies, for instance, which are the successful experiences. So we, sorry, I'm trying to change the slide. See. So we started analyzing a series of practices with in-depth analysis, with some interviews, and we hope to get some feedbacks today and to get them further insights. And we are gonna also carry on a series of interviews for practitioners, from farmers and gardeners, to see if they have some demands to address to urban planning. The public policies which deal with urban agriculture are really a wide spectrum of public policies, strategy, visions, and program projects, sectoral policies, regulations, forms of financial incentives. And we classified the case studies according to several keys. For instance, urban-rural partnership, urban green development, climate adaptation or mitigation strategies, measures of urban nature protection, measures for urban renewal, policies for health and education, food strategies. So urban agriculture is really, as we have noticed in this conference, addressed and supported from different starting points. Then the planning solutions obviously are dependent on the country planning system. So also the transferability of some solutions should have been carefully analyzed, also with reference to this different legal and institutional frameworks. What we have found out is that usually explicit policy, we are dealing with explicit policies towards urban agriculture are carried on at the municipal level, but there are also some national strategies. Usually we find strategies or vision more than statutory plans or the use of land use zoning. And the policy domain is in many cases in close relationship with urban greenery or with green infrastructures. I can add that in Italy, usually urban agriculture is, when it's part of a public policy, is then a form of public green area, usually. Not always, but in many cases. Or urban agriculture is that by a food policy. In terms of land use plan or instruments, a few master plans, but many regulations, some regulations on urban agriculture, so explicitly and specifically addressing urban agriculture, but also mentions in regulations on green areas, on regulations on green roofs for allowing to cultivate, some examples of action plan and even incentive zones. But generally speaking, urban agriculture is not a zone in terms of land use planning. And this is a point that maybe is obvious, maybe can be also discussed. When we find out a specific consideration by land use plans, one, it's the case studies mainly belong to a conformative and state-led planning system, which can probably explain the need for a more formalized consideration and regulation. Finally, we have a wide literature which provides best practices and success cases, but as we have already discussed yesterday in the session on benefits, we don't have so many assessments and scientific monitoring or assessments of the results. So it's time to introduce our guests. We decided to compose a panel of experts, scientists and practitioners who can testify relevant successful case studies. From my point of view, they show the spectrum of possible tools, ranging from an example of city planning to examples of agro-parks, a plan for green infrastructure, a very recent plan for the green infrastructure of Turin, which is my city, and interesting initiatives and long-lasting initiatives on the relationship between urban and rural in Rome, which is something that we are learning during this conference. Thanks to our guests, Professor Jansma from Wageningen University and Research, Professor Oliveira from University of Lisbon, Dr. Mangili from Compagnia di San Paolo Foundation, and Davide Marino, University of Roma 3. To them, I asked to present their examples, focusing on which policy to favor the development of urban agriculture, but also which obstacles were or are posed by the planning framework. And so after this first presentation of their case studies, I will also ask them which lesson can we learn and transfer to the European cities and regions on the integration of urban agriculture into urban planning and policies. And then I hope that we will have time to also collect questions and answer by the general public by the chat. Thanks. So I stop here and I leave the floor to our first speaker, which is Professor Jansma from Wageningen University.
We welcome Jan Eelco Jansma from Wageningen University. Thank you.
Good morning to everyone. Good morning to the audience. Buongiorno. I will, my name is Jan Eelco Jansma from Wageningen University. I will humbly introduce the planning of the city of Almere to you. Knowing that I'm amongst cities like Lisbon, Rome, with a rich history, and to be frank, Almere just still has to celebrate its 50th anniversary. So I try to share my screen, and I hope. So I want to introduce not only the city of Almere, but its latest peri-urban area, Oosterwolde. But you can't present it because planning has a history, even if this city, Almere, is only 50 years. So I briefly present also the history, because that's the legacy that eventually evolved in this new area, Oosterwolde. Can you confirm that you see the next slide?
Sí.
Because, okay, thanks. Almere is a new town, part of the metropolitan region of Amsterdam, about 200,000 residents, and situated, as many parts of the Netherlands, in a polder. This polder, till the end of the 60s, it was water. And you know, we Dutch have the inclination that if we see water, we want to create land. And this is land, we call it a polder, created late 60s. And this polder was designated to produce food. Conventional farming was the idea of this polder. And you can see in the picture of the 1973s the agricultural grid being created in this polder. So the grid of the land and the ditches around. But during this early 60s, there was a shortage of homes in the Amsterdam metropolitan region. So national government decided we need a new city, and this is the latest city of Almere, being created in the 70s, designed, developed, and now we are with a city of 200,000 residents. I think in the planning of Oosterwolde, we have three key points. The first master plan, late 70s, early 80s. The second master plan, the early years of the first decade of the 2000s. And in addition to this master plan, the master plan of Oosterwolde. And I have to mention that also Almere created a food strategy last year, but I will touch upon it. key to the master plan of Almere is the polynuclear layout, and it resembles and reflects Ibis and Howard's garden city. And effectively, the designers and the planners of Almere were in favor of this Ibis and Howard's design. And they decided that within this urban nuclear or intranuclear, there should be room for nature, of course, but also for farming, so that the new residents of this city could be in touch with agriculture and in food. So we are speaking about a kind of urban agriculture, but in the 70s. And this is this small text I got from one of the plans, where this really confirms that the planners wanted to have agriculture within the city or next to the city because they see the positive contribution. So that is, let's say, urban agriculture avant la lettre. But in reality, in real life, they lost the sight of agriculture during the fast growth of the city and the expansion of the city. So you see the red lines is the number of residents and the loss of agricultural land in the what was reserved more or less in the original plans, but land grab, need for new homes, stronger pressure from the city to create new areas, which get affected agriculture within the city, and the side of agriculture got astray. But after fastly growth and expansion, the early 2000s, a new councillor came and he hired Winnie Maas. Maybe some of you know him. He's a famous Dutch architect, designer. And they wanted to create a new layer on Almere. Almere, the second master plan, should be focusing on the people making the city, not designers. And urban agriculture should be a carrier. So they wanted back to the future. So back to the original designs, the Ibis and Howard design of Almere, and put it forward in the new step of the city. Because the city had to go to expand for a second step towards 300,000, 400,000 years. That was the ideas in 20 years ago. Mm-hmm. And Oosterwold, the new area, was one of the childs of this second master plan. So people make the city, and they made it effectively it is a do-it-yourself area. So Oosterwold is about 4,000 hectares, and they expect to develop 50,000 new homes over that. So it's not a small area, but it is an area created by the people, and that means that that implies that you create your own home, but also all the auxiliary foundations around your home. So you have to create the roads with your neighbors or by yourself, sewer system, electricity you have to organize, and so on and so on. And more importantly, at least for me as a scientist and observer, is that urban agriculture is key in this area. It has a pivotal role. 50% of each plot is urban agriculture. That implies that if you purchase land to create your home, 50% of your plot have to produce food. So you're obliged to produce food. And that offers a platform for many new initiatives in urban agriculture in this area. I have not the time to present those, but I can really invite you to visit this area. So what makes the planning of Oosterwold different from the first master plan is that in the first master plan, agriculture and housing were segregated. There were devoted areas for agriculture, devoted areas for housing, and then eventually these devoted areas of agriculture lost their position. While in Master Plan 2, there is a real integration based on a set of rules, and these rules are implemented in the Master Plan and the Area Plan. So that, I think, is basically different. I will thank you. If you want to know more, I published 2 papers about the planning of Almere and the planning of Oosterwolde. And of course, you are invited to the ASOP Sustainable Food Planning Conference this autumn in Almere. Check the website. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. It's really an exceptional, I would say, example of deep integration between spatial planning and urban agriculture. And now we will move to Lisbon and to Rosario Oliveira from the University of Lisbon. I hope this. And please, Jan, stay with us for the second round of debate.
Rosario Oliveira, I believe, is connected with us. She's with us. Thank you.
Ciao, Rosario.
Ciao, Claudia, and thank you very much for your invitation to be here today with you and to have the pleasure to present what is going on regarding urban food planning in Lisbon, and particularly the, share screen.
Okay, the presentation.
Sorry for this little disturbance, but okay, so I'm a landscape architect as background. I'm a researcher at the Institute of Social Sciences at the University of Lisbon, and I have been coordinating the process of having an agro-food. Okay, so the idea of an agro-food park network is basically related with the idea of farming being much more than producing food. So from this very diverse constitution of what is nowadays considering the global farm, we started to reflect on how could we see the Lisbon metropolitan area as an area to produce food. And I would like to start by giving you some indicators for better understand where this food planning strategy is based. So in the Lisbon metropolitan area, we have about 3 million inhabitants. It is correspondent to the 3.3% of the area of Portugal, and it contributes with 33% of the national GDP. Within this area is very curious because our metropolitan area is not that urbanized. We only have roughly 22% of urban areas and 38% of agricultural areas, more or less the same area occupied by forests. What happens here is that we have a low contribution of agricultural sector to the metropolitan area economy, and we also have a low contribution of the agricultural sector to the metropolitan area employment rate. So it means that we have a lot of potential to develop what is this availability of area for being used as an agriculture purpose. So we also have a lack of food planning because within the regional and the local special planning, food has never been considered. We have some agricultural areas as part of the ecological metropolitan structure, which is also a possibility to produce quite a lot of ecological services, but they have not been considered so far. And of course, we are in Lisbon, we are in the Southern Europe, and climate change adaptation is a big challenge, as well as the energy transition, the circular economy, and the biodiversity that we should combine with all these sectors. So that's why regional spatial planning process is a very relevant opportunity to integrate the food planning strategy we are developing. So we, more or less during 2 years, we were establishing this network, and nowadays it's this network who is in charge of defining the food strategy and also the food planning process. The concept that we have already defined is basically this idea of not having just 1 or 2 agro-food parks, but having a diversity of territories, initiatives, and actors in the Lisbon metropolitan area that are operating based in this network. It is also one of our main goals to coordinate the planning and managing of local food systems. We are operating through a collaborative platform that is now being developed of public and private entities to pursue sustainability principles with a view of safe, healthy, inclusive and responsible food. We are also promoting the circular, resilient and local economy in all these sectors that I have been mentioned. It's also important to support the Mediterranean diet because, of course, the sustainability of all this food system also depends on the diet that most of the consumers may adopt and follow. And we are also encouraging scientific and technological innovation in various components of the food system. So, of course, that traditional way of producing food is also welcome, but we would like also okay, there are some people talking together.
It's strange because at the beginning of your speech, we could hear you better than now.
The microphone
I don't know if something changing.
Switched off. Okay, and we are also contributing for training, capacity building, and raising awareness amongst the essence of this food system. What is our vision is basically in the next decade to ensure that about 15% of the food supply chain of the Lisbon metropolitan area is available for people. Based on these sustainable production methods, we would like also to have low carbon distribution networks and short food supply chains. And for not taking too long, I think I will explain also how this network is constituted, who are the members belonging of this network. So we have the academy represented by 3 different universities or research institutes. We have some general directorates like the territory and the agricultural and the rural development supporting the network. We have also the co-coordination of the network from the regional institutions, the ones responsible for the regional development. We have a set of municipalities, a set of non-government institutions, and nowadays some representatives of the farmers and other components of the food systems are also becoming member of this network. So what is very promising right now is that after 2 years of building all this participatory process, at the ICS, at my research group, we had approved next 2020 project, which is called Food Click, Integrated Urban Food Policies and Planning Frameworks, which will allow us to develop this food planning strategy in collaboration with other 8 cities in Europe. So we started from a participatory process, but nowadays we have the agri-food parks network already constituted to improve and to enhance the collaboration and the ability to develop this food planning strategy. So thank you so much.
Thanks.
And looking forward to your questions. Thank you.
Very looking forward to the result of your next project, actually. So thanks. And I run to our next panelist with Dr. Simone Mangili from Compagnia di San Paolo Foundation, who is also was the coordinator of the plan for the green infrastructure of the city of Turin, one of the Italian cities more active on the issue of urban agriculture. Simone,
really connected with us, Michelangelo? Simone Mangili should be with us. Thank you.
Welcome.
Hi everyone. I hope you can see and hear me. I'll try and share my screen. Apologies for the difficulties. My name is Simone Mangili. As Professor Casatella mentioned, I was previously in the city of Torino as an aide to the mayor responsible for sustainability and resilience planning. And we, under the previous administration, developed a green infrastructure plan for sustainable and resilient Turin, where we tried to essentially evaluate and develop strategies for the further development of urban agriculture as a foundational part of the city's green infrastructure. So if we could go to the next slide. The green infrastructure plan started with an analysis of the entire green infrastructure system of the city of Torino. As you can see, nearly 40% of our city's surface area is green infrastructure, today impermeable and vegetated in various extents, and that's about almost 50 square kilometers of area and over 55 square meters per resident of green space. This is the total green infrastructure, both public and private. If you could go to the next slide, please. Our green infrastructure plan, however, looked specifically at publicly owned green infrastructure, and by publicly owned green infrastructure, I mean municipally owned green infrastructure, so a subset of the total system, just over 18 million square meters of green space. You can see much of the eastern hills are now not highlighted on the map. We can see big parks, we can see neighborhood parks, and on the northern and southern and western edges of the city, we can see in lighter green the traditional agricultural spaces that really begin to blend in with the peri-urban areas to the outskirts of the city. Of this 18 million square meters, almost 2 million square meters is dedicated, or 1,800 hectares is dedicated to agriculture in some form or other. It's primarily those areas that are in light green that are more traditional commercial agricultural practices, whether on private or public land. And if we could go to the next slide. The Green Infrastructure Plan is based on a very extensive and detailed analysis of the green infrastructure system. So not a simple cataloging or mapping of the system as we just saw, but a very detailed quantitative and qualitative analysis of the entire green infrastructure system. It's one of the attachments to the plan. It's about 100 different analytical maps that really helped us to understand the dynamics of the green infrastructure system from an ecological point of view, from a social point of view, from a spatial and urban planning perspective. And these are sort of some of the macro categories in which we organized our analysis. focused on the entire system, on recreational spaces, on special interest areas or special elements of focus, such as cycle connectivity or other elements. The agricultural areas are those areas that are cultivated. The urban planning limits and let's say codes and zoning that in some way dictate the development of green infrastructure, and then all of the opportunities related to new green areas and climatic vulnerabilities and strategies. So if we could go to the next slide. What I find, here's just an example of some of those, a few of those maps and the kind of information that they're able to convey. I know it's you can't tell from this slide, but each of those maps is heavy with data that really is the skeleton of then what we build the strategies of the Green Infrastructure Plan around. So if we could go to the next slide. What I find interesting, our Green Infrastructure Plan was structured in these chapters, and you'll see that chapters 3 and 5 both deal with, both address different aspects of urban agriculture. But what I find really interesting, first I would say that the topic of agriculture, of urban gardening, and its relationship to the infrastructure system is, as much as it may seem to be relegated to 2 chapters, is actually very much infused in most of the chapters of this plan. The overview of Turin's green infrastructure addresses the evolution of urban agriculture in the city. The recreational space, the chapter on recreational space, or urban gardening, I should say, is really a kind of a subset of the recreational space chapter, in the sense that really it's the social part of our recreational space in terms of gardening. Our ecosystem planning addresses the topic of food production and food systems in terms of ecosystem services and pollination and agricultural potential of our green infrastructure. Our urban agriculture deals with those areas on the periphery. Green tourism chapter has elements of food policy in it. The management in chapter 8 also, and chapter 9 also have strategies related to the development of urban agriculture and urban gardening. So I would say, while there is a focus in specific chapters, what's interesting is that this issue, the question of urban agriculture and food policy, really permeates the entire plan. We go to the next slide. Specifically, though, just a few data points we can then come back to at a later date. These are the locations of our urban gardening, our urban gardens. The vast majority of the urban gardens, in terms of quantity, are private gardens. That means they are private areas, they are run by independent associations, whether on private or public land. Those are the light blue ones. The orange-ish colors are in fact, the pink areas are in fact those that are developed in public parks for the most part, and the orange ones are informal gardens that are more historic, the result of occupation of public lands for gardening purposes. Can we go to the next slide, please? So the strategies developed in our urban gardening chapter of the Green Infrastructure Plan, first of all, focus on expanding those areas in public parks dedicated to urban agriculture, to community gardening, from the existing experiences and an analysis of which areas are most able to accommodate additional gardening activities and have been successfully managed on public lands. We identified 12 additional hectares that are very much, let's say, ripe or mature for additional agricultural practices. We can go to the next slide. A second strategy was related to promoting new types of agricultural practices on those lands, specifically on the public lands. where there are community gardens, which are in large parks for the most part. So introducing new types of agricultural practices such as indoor and out of soil cultivation. You can see examples of aquaponic agriculture, which we have begun experimenting with in various parts of the city, apiculture, and of course orchards, urban orchards, which have to date have very limited experimentation within the city. Next slide, please. We also decided it was opportunity to promote different types of complementary activities from environmental and environmental and food education to sustainable diets, but also to therapeutic horticulture, for instance, to try and essentially make our urban agriculture as multifunctional and multi-benefit as possible. Next slide, please.
Simone, devo chiederti di andare verso la conclusione.
Finally, the last strategy is to develop new management models. So we experiment with the city has experimented with privately run community gardens on public land, and those seem to have worked very, very well, where filling the gaps where the city administration and management does not have expertise in facilitating community gardening experiences that are 360 degrees multi-benefit. And so this is a model that we want to promote. Next slide. And I think this might be our last one. Chapter 5 of the Strategic and Infrastructure Plan focuses on those areas that are more commercially, that are more traditional commercial agriculture. If we go to the next slide. For those areas that are on public land, those areas that are farmed, that are on public land, these are largely monocultural activities to the benefit of private individuals. We developed a series of guidelines for the evolution of agricultural practices in those areas to include more participatory, more ecologically sound and resilient agricultural practices to essentially bring benefit to the collective city and not just to the single individual. So the idea is to put these for public bid for new innovative projects that can be developed around food and agriculture on these lands. And I think that's my last slide.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, so we also mentioned management, which is a crucial issue, collaboration, and I can add that as a new regulation by the municipality has been released in order to allow the collaboration of citizens in managing public land. So now our next panelist is Professor Davide Marino from University Roma Tre, who will morning. Welcome.
Buongiorno, spero mi sentiate.
Sì.
Bene.
I have to thank the organizers of this conference. Has been very interesting. I hope my contribution will be interesting as well. I teach in Rome, but I belong to the University of Molise. I am right now with my students in my class. I am in Termoli, and I really wanted to point out this thing. I believe my slides will be shared by our technical team. And I will start with my presentation. I'll just go. So my presentation regards a project for an agricultural park, urban agricultural park in the metropolitan city of Rome. There's a couple of premises for the project, which is one of the strategic plans that we elaborated with regards to the metropolitan strategic assessment of the metropolitan city of Rome. And there's many themes that are touched upon, but the main ones are the one regarding rural communities and food. We have realized a map of food, the atlas of food, and we have found out 7 possible strategies for the urban park in Rome. And as some of the other panelists have already pointed out, at a municipality level in Rome, we have implemented a food strategy that is being, we are developing a food strategy which has started from bottom-up requests from citizens. All of these elements will have to find eventually their own governance, but I believe these strategies could be changed in the future to accommodate different goals. As you can see in this slide, this is the metropolitan city of Rome. We started from a base concept, the concept of accessibility of rural zones, and we've tried to analyze the spatial dimension. We have set minimum distance of 1.5 kilometers, and we have tried to look at the urban system, which areas were contained in this 15 minutes range. And we have had the possibility to observe which rural zones are contained in the area and what services they can offer. Because the idea is that rural areas can offer important services to a city, starting from the production of food, of goods, but also many other services that we collect under the umbrella term of multifunction agriculture, and services such as also social services of various nature, recreational services as well. In order to do so, we have used a series of maps and datas. We have created a GIS data bank starting from rural areas with a high production level. So many other sources of information that we do not have time to analyze in depth. But we have made a huge amount of work trying to integrate these different sources of the data. And you will have the possibility to follow the further development of the urban agri-park in time. As you can see, some of the rural businesses, agricultural businesses that we have taken into consideration, and their flows of goods and services, we have had the possibility to analyze the main characteristics of urban agriculture in the city of Rome. I'm talking about urban farming and not just urban gardening, which is absolutely useful for the provision of services, but we were trying to put our focus mainly on the production of food and goods. So we had to look at private branches, private businesses, what I can say is that the city of Rome has grown in not such a very orderly way. So urban development has left so many rural areas, so many acres of land, which is mainly public land owned by the state. We are talking about something like 500,000 acres of possible production locations. What are the functions that we are envisioned for this agri-park? For one thing, we can give value to new multifunctions urban and peri-urban structure in all of its components. One of the aims is to include citizens in possibility to get services from these areas, trying to trying to put a stop to the land exploitment dynamics that we've seen into action in the city of Rome. We know that we have 30 protected natural areas with governance that is in the hands of the region or maybe the state. We are trying to envision a network of green infrastructure, and we are trying to evaluate the economical aspect as per trying to strengthen the competitiveness of local agricultural businesses. So I tried to squeeze it all in my 7 minutes. I thank you for your attention, and I wait for your questions for the Q&A section.
Thank you. Thank you for also saving time for the discussion. And with this example, we also move to a city regional scale, which is really interesting, and also mentioning the role that protected areas may play in favoring urban agriculture, which is again something that that haven't been mentioned till now. So thanks. And now we are out of time, but we're running out of time. But I would like to invite all the panelists to join me for a final message. And in the meantime, we will see if some questions are posed in the chat. And Patricia, tell me if we have 4 or 5 minutes more or not, because
Yes, since we are already out of time, you can take your 5 minutes and then we'll have a very short break. Yes, go ahead.
Let's say that those who want the coffee right now can leave the, the section. But,
go ahead.
But I really would like to have all my panelists, if possible, with me for a final message, because what I would like to ask them to all is a final message, really short of what, in your view, from your experience or also from other experience, can be transferred to the European level. What's the strategy, the tool that should be encouraged and promoted to promote urban agriculture in its match with spatial planning? So I will follow the same order or the contrary, maybe the contrary. So Davide, Davide, please, your message to.
Ok, grazie, spero mi sentiate. Dicevo, io sono un economista agrario.
I was saying I am an agricultural economist. So for me, agriculture is something economical. This is not something recreational. It exists. There are different social forms of agriculture, but agriculture is a mainly economical factor. So I think that the main point to make urban agriculture and peri-urban agriculture lively is ensuring that they can carry out economical functions. So we need a connection between peri-urban and urban agricultural area and the urban area of cities and Seshi should be an economical connection. That is to say, producing goods, producing products to place on the market. So, for example, different infrastructures like farmers market, hubs of distribution that can enhance this contact. Also, the public procurement is key for different infrastructure to be based on local agriculture. And also considering the remuneration of those who are not remunerated by the market. So, for example, environmental services through public policies. This is the fundamental aspect to provide also different sectors.
What's your idea?
Try and be very succinct. We looked, as I mentioned, at very much at the municipal level, where the issues I think for the city of Turin are substantially different. But I think that in terms of a tool, a replicable tool that can be exported to other experiences in Europe, I do believe that our green print analysis that takes into consideration socioeconomic, ecological, and recreational dimensions of the green infrastructure system, an analysis, a very deep and granular analysis of the green infrastructure system as a tool is the starting point for any strategy and policy development for urban agriculture, urban gardening, or food policy. And my experience in discussing with other cities is that often an analysis this granular is not necessarily present. So as a starting point, as a tool, I think it's absolutely essential.
Okay, thanks. Rosario.
Okay, so what I see more relevant on integrating food planning in spatial planning is the possibility of innovation. So I see the spatial planning as something that we really need to improve in order to respond to all the social challenges that we have right now. So integrating the food planning into the spatial planning can also be a possibility to integrate not only different sectorial policies, but also to connect rural, peri-urban, and urban areas. And I think this vision is very, very important, not only for local scales, but also to stress how the regional dimension of food planning is essential as a coordination tool for the local spatial planning processes.
Thanks. Nico?
Yeah, I'm really aware that the Oosterwald planning is not a blueprint for planning in many other cities. But I think one of the key lessons I learned is that planners, municipalities have to step beyond these prescriptive linear planning systems they issued usually, and try to step in a more dynamic, non-linear planning system where they leave the floor to the people where it's really about, or let's say the participants of urban agriculture. That could be farmers, could be gardens, whatever. And being not afraid that they step in and they create a specific blend of new green space. And I'm really aware that at least in cities with a huge historical background, that maybe it's a bit scary. But I think, why not leave it to the people? Leave it to the people who really garden or farm. They know better.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Thanks. So, well, different answers, so many points that we will address in our final message this afternoon. So I thank all the panelists. I saw a pair of questions in the chat, but I hope that, well, maybe Jan, you can learn something more about the Green Infrastructure of Turin, writing to Simone Mangili and Daniel. Maybe we address your question. I don't want to take more time to the works of my colleagues in the next session. So Patricia, I think that we will stop here. Thanks really to all our panelists for these insights and really rich, even if short presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Claudia. Thank you, Simone, Davide, Rosario, and Jan Elko for your contributions. We are going to go very quickly to a very well-deserved, very short coffee break, 10 minutes sharp. We'll be back here at 11:25. Yes, 11:25, please. Thank you very much. Thank you. See you in a very short while. Thank you. Welcome back. I hope you had a quick but fruitful coffee break. And I would like to welcome our next guest speaker, Nele Lowers, and her colleague Alexandre Lefebvre for the next roundtable of the day. Are Nele and Alexandre connected?
Yes, I am.
Hello, bonjour, bienvenue.
Merci beaucoup.
And we're waiting for Nele. I believe she should be here as well. There she is. Hi,
yes,
good morning
yes.
and welcome.
Good morning,
Welcome.
how are you?
We are very well, thank you. And are you enjoying so far the conference? Are you enjoying so far the contents, the interventions, the presentations? I think very interesting materials for all of us to think about.
Yes, intense online, but it's very interesting. Thank you.
I know. It would have been nice to have you all here, but I have to say that today is really raining a lot. So we wouldn't have been able to do any visits or anything. So, well, there you go. There's always an upside to everything. Okay, without further ado, you would like to invite your first guest speaker, or you want to go through your presentation? Go ahead, please.
Yes, thank you. So we would like to start with a short introduction presentation with a welcome. And so if the first presentation of 3 slides could be in the screen, please. Yes, so that's it. Welcome everyone for this next roundtable with stakeholders in urban agriculture. We would like to speak with different experts in the field and go through discussion and find out what is our common ground for urban agriculture. Next slide. Oh, I can manage it. Okay, yes. So a short introduction on our organization. My name is Nele Lowers. I work for Boerenbonds in Belgium, and we are a partner in EFWA. As a farmers organization, we represent and support 16,000 members with very diverse business models, both in rural and in urban areas. And today I'm happy to welcome you at this roundtable with different stakeholders, together with my co-host, Alexandre Lefebvre. So please, Alexandre, maybe you can...
Yeah. Hello, everyone. My name is Alexandre Lefebvre from Alobe. I'm an expert in agriculture urban farming. I've helped more than 90 projects to integrate agriculture in the city in Brussels, Belgium, but also around the world. I'm also an urban beekeeper and the director of an urban educational farm, La Ferme du Parc Maximilien, in the middle of Brussels. And in 2020, I co-founded the FEDEAU. It's a Brussels Federation of Brussels urban farming professionals.
Yes, okay, thank you, Alexandre. And before we start the discussion, I would also like to present the different people around the digital table. So if the technical team would like to present that presentation, I give a short introduction on each speaker. Thank you. Unfortunately, the first person I see something changed in the presentation, but we would have welcomed our first speaker, Maurizio Gubbiotti, but he is excused for today, unfortunately. So our first speaker will be, and also this slide you can't read very well, but I will explain, is Fabio Ciconte from Associazione Terra, which is an environmental association in Italy. They are supporting sustainable agriculture, and also very important in their work is that they connect people, organizations and groups in order to think and work around the topic of sustainable agriculture. And then we will follow with a discussion with two really experts in the field of associations in urban farming and urban gardening. And the first person I want to present is Marie Fiers from AFOP, which is the French Association for Professional Urban Farmers. They have 110 professional members, which is quite impressive, all around France and different French cities. And they put a lot of effort also in communication about urban agriculture towards governments, citizens, but also rural farmers, which I think with my background is also an interesting topic, of course. And then I'm also very happy to welcome Eva Voss. She works for the German Association of Allotment Gardens, which is an NGO in Germany with 20 members around Germany. The members, in fact, are state associations of allotment gardeners. So in total, that brings us to less or more 5 million associated allotment gardeners throughout Germany, which is quite impressive. And they work a lot around promotion, but also do political representation, and they organize education for the many volunteers in their network. And then finally, I'm also very happy to have Henry Gordon-Smith here. He is the founder and CEO of Agritecture, which is he leads a global team of interdisciplinary consultants, and they have a big and diverse range of urban agriculture projects around the world. I would really also recommend their blog, which you can subscribe on their website, from which you can learn a lot of interesting things happening around the world. So let us jump in the discussion and welcome the first guest, which is then Fabio from Terra. So the presentation could be ended. And I'd like to invite Fabio to the table.
Yes.
So Alexandro, you will be present too.
Is, there he is.
Sì,
Buongiorno.
eccomi. Buongiorno.
Good morning. I hope you also had an interesting morning already so far. And I want to discuss.
Molto, sono arrivato un po' tardi, ma adesso ci sono.
Oh, okay. I heard yesterday urban agriculture plays an important role in cities and for cities, for citizens. But if I understand right, you as an environmentalist active in an environmental association, how do you think that urban agriculture contributes to the sound ecosystem in and around cities? Can you talk a little bit about that?
Sì, intanto buongiorno
Good morning, and thank you for this conference. Thank you to the organizer, because I think that these European debates are really important to open connections among different people working on these topics. For example, my association that I founded 15 years ago with different activists works on the topic of an organic agriculture, an ecological agriculture. Our idea is based on helping in fighting against climate change. In this sense, among the different activities we carry out, we have the topic of urban agriculture, in particular the important task we are carrying out together with different associations of the territory on food policies. And we are carrying out this task, especially in Rome, which is an important city for Italy. It is the capital city of Italy, but it is also one of the biggest agricultural municipalities of Italy. So it is clear that focusing attention on Rome means also giving a perspective on how urban agriculture can be lived in different contexts. The first thing, especially in Rome, but I think this is true also in different Italian cities, we can see that we should use conditionals. We should say that urban agriculture could and should have a fundamental role in cities and ecosystems. Actually, we still have a long way to go in creating connection between city and urban areas and agricultural areas. Thinking about Rome, which is one of the biggest farming municipality in Italy. It is the biggest in Italy and one of the biggest in Europe. But the connection between countryside and city is not that strong as it could seem. The majority of the food we eat in the food comes from food system which are traditional. So, for example, supermarkets, but also the delivery, which is increasingly growing always more in cities. So what are we trying to do? We are trying to connect these two words. How do we work? In the last years, we have started a new initiative in the city to ask the administration to create a food strategy. This is something that is still lacking today. This is a path that we carried out with Terra and also with other cities, with the idea to ask the municipality, to ask decision makers to have these policies. Just to give you a few examples, we have thousands of cultivated hectares, but very few of them are managed by small farmers. Rome has 127 farmer markets in the urban area, so that's quite a high number. We have more or less 5,000 different markets, but very few of them are managed by small farmers. Also, thinking about school canteen, in Rome, we provide 70 million of meals in schools. How many of these meals do come from the urban agriculture? Very few, very, very few. So we are asking the municipality to create a strategy. We did that also with the previous administration. And we were able to obtain a municipality law that created a food policy, but with a participatory approach. That is to say, creating a forum of citizens, associations, different networks that could build together this law. Nowadays, in these weeks, it is an important stage because the administration accepted to carry out this task. So this forum was created, and from this point on, we will have these working groups on different topics. So, for example, on food waste, on farmer markets, to create this food policy. This is fundamental to respond to all the questions, to all the issues we are asking today during this conference. So, for example, starting from the topic of biodiversity, as we were saying, it's clear that a food policy should focus also on what kind of agricultural production should be carried out in the city, what kind of seeds should be used, what kind of crops should be used in the city. Also considering that today we are facing a drop, a decline in biodiversity. So the objective is creating more biodiversity, which we are losing always more, also thanks to food policies.
Point you're touching concerning the biodiversity around the food producing a lot, but also the agro biodiversity, the biodiversity of plants, let's say it, the edible plants. Do you have, because you said like we want to have a talk, we want to ask people to grow specific crops or seeds that are used. Can you say more specifically what you mean with that?
Ma oggi diciamo molto della
The majority of the agriculture in Rome is based on cereals. We don't have a kind of production that is useful for the market of the city. If we think about today's world of biodiversity, if we wanted to, for example, to use fruit trees in different fields, these products today are defined as club products. So they are owned by some enterprise that own the brand. So it's really difficult for a producer to have access to this kind of biodiversity. And these are also the variety that have more success in the market. I think that also at the urban level, we can recover a biodiversity heritage based on different varieties of fruits, vegetables, and seeds that can give a new twist to the agriculture of Rome.
Like very important to have all farmers involved, like the urban and rural farmers. If you say like cereals, we can't sell that on the market. You have a processing, of course, needed to make bread, etc. But don't you lose them then as a producer because they feel like we are not part of this story? How do you include the different types of farmers in the story of a food policy?
No, non vedo questo rischio. Io anzi vedo il contrario. Cioè io vedo oggi un'esigenza.
I think that today we have an historical need and also a strategic need to connect production with consumption, because production and consumption are really far from each other. We talk a lot about local production, local varieties, but today we have more than 75% of purchase that are made in supermarkets. So the products we find at the supermarket do not come from local agriculture. On the contrary, I think we need to create new connections, but we have to work on different levels to do that. For example, I think that we have also to focus on the different forms of distributions. We should valorize, for example, the different local markets that we have, and also the typology of agriculture that is made. That is to say, considering also the supply chain at the urban level.
Also a good suggestion that you don't only focus on the production, but also take into account the distribution and the logistics from farm to fork, let's say. Maybe it's good now, because you touched the different kinds of farmers in and around cities, that we now have a talk with Eva and Marie. And this discussion will be led by Alexandre.
Yes. Welcome. Marie is there.
Just a few seconds, please.
Good morning.
Good morning. Bonjour, Marie.
Bonjour.
We have some questions for you. The first one is, what was the reason to set up AFOP? What was the common needs from our members at the start?
AFOP was created in 2014. It was 5 French urban farmers from different regions in France. They had informal meetings. They talk about their jobs, their difficulties to be a urban farmer, and they need it because they feel that urban agriculture had a great role to play in helping cities to become more resilient, to allow citizens to reconnect with nature, and because they feel that urban agriculture was out of the box and it was misunderstood by the administration. So they had the feeling that they need to connect each other, and after several meetings involving more and more people each time, they decided to create a national association for professional urban farmers. And so they could talk together, share their difficulties and some solutions, help each other, and carry their voice in high places, and support urban agriculture and to adapt public policies in favor of urban agriculture. So the association was created in 2016, and with 13 members, like association or societies. And now we have more than 110 members for everywhere in France. Our baseline is to support all types of urban agriculture. So our members are producers, garden animators, engineering offices, and also material suppliers and society or association making compost also.
Okay, and with all these different projects, how do you contribute to the challenge of the cities, like nature in the cities, social cohesion, better access of food, etc.? What are all these challenges that you can help the cities with your members?
As an association of urban farmers, our work is to create links between the farmers themselves, but also between farmers and communities, and to help them to understand them. And more cities want to install urban farming, but many of them don't know how to do it. And they need the expertise of our members. So we help them to meet each other, to work together, And the benefits of urban agriculture are obvious, and we all know its role on water safe, thermal regulation, biodiversity. We talk about that a lot of time, but we see that the principal roles of urban agriculture are providing food. But we can't feed the whole cities, but we can help citizens to be aware of the importance of the alimentation, the health, and urban agriculture has also a major role in social appeasement. We work on, we did a study in social, with the social apartments, you know, the social HLM.
HLM, yes.
Social housing?
Yeah.
Social housing, thank you. And we saw that urban agriculture give a lot of value in this area, because people are, there is a great social appeasement, no more or less tensions between people, and more food accessibility for these people living in this area. So there is a lot of benefits, but our goal is to quantify these benefits, because as we can quantify it, we can evaluate the savings that urban agriculture allows cities to make, and we will make them pay for these benefits. And it's very important. It's a very important work for us to solidify the economic model of urban farming. So it's very important to see what are the benefits and to quantify them.
I know you have a strong link. You want to make a strong link between urban farmers and rural farmers. How do you contribute to the challenge for farming in general, like create new vocation, new worker for farmers, new schools, etc., etc.?
Yes, we have a big deal with this, because in 10 years, more than half of French farmers will retired. So we are losing our farmers, and we need to create vocation in urban zones, because people from rural zones, it's difficult to convince people from rural zones to become farmers. And people from urban zones are very interested in reconnecting with nature. And as urban farmers can be the link between citizen and consumer, between rural farmers and urban farmers. And we need to make understand that the job of a farmer is a beautiful job, and we need to open or continue to open the dialogue between urban and rural farmer. It's not so easy, but we work with schools, and we work with young farmers in rural areas to build formations or courses to create vocation in urban areas. And more people, especially people in professional reconversions, are interested in becoming farmers.
Okay, you connect farmers with different perspectives on farming, with different technology, with different way to farm. And I know it's also a challenge, even in urban farming association. How do you manage that? What's the common needs of all these projects? Or what are you asking from the city, from the national level, the European level, for help all these different type of projects?
Yes, among our members, we have very different cultural techniques like permaculture, biointensive agriculture, hydroponics, aquaponics, microgreens, mushrooms culture. So it's very it's a big deal to make those people talk together, but we manage it, and it's a real success to in this association to create this community. And our role is to make them understand that everyone has its role to play in the city, and we have very complementary techniques. We promote the culture in soil when it's possible, even in polluted soil, because we have a research program in AgroParisTech working on plant varieties that can be cultivated in polluted soil according the type of pollution. And we also making research on different techniques allowing culture on polluted soil. So everyone has its place in the city, on roof or in soil. But we need to make understand communities or municipalities the role of each of these techniques. And we with AgroParisTech also, we organize courses for communities to make them understand the diversity of urban farming, and to explain the constraints that urban farmers have to deal with. And we also organize visiting days to help communities to understand the farmer constraints, and they meet urban farmers in their farms. So it's very interesting to see how communities change their mind when they go in fields, they go on to meet farmers, and so we can make them evaluate in the good way, I think.
Thank you, Marie. Yeah, we saw that AFOP helped the city and the farmers to many different challenges with a lot of success. And now we have some questions for Eva. Allotment gardens have a long history in German association, and which evolution do you see on the field?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for having me be here and to try to represent our allotment gardening movement in Germany. We are facing quite a lot of changes. All of us are facing, such as the loss of biodiversity and climate change. That's also affecting the gardens, of course, and the farming in all over the world. And second of all is also that the gardeners have become older, and now new generations are coming into the gardens, and there's a huge demand on gardens, especially in urban areas. And the new generation sometimes they don't have such a great knowledge on gardening yet. Sometimes they don't have so much spare time. They might still be working. They might have to grow their children, raise their children. So for them, it's sometimes really difficult to start with a garden that has an average size of 370 square meters. To cultivate maybe on a third of it, it's maybe 120 square meters, and that's a lot to start with. And also in an allotment garden association, also on local level, there's a certain aspects one needs to do, like community tasks or community activities, and that sometimes is a lot for newcomers. And also you have the board of the associations, they also need support. All the associations we have on all these different levels, from federal level, state level, local, regional level, they all try to engage and see what to do. So they try, or we try, to make it more easy, to make it easier for newcomers to start in an allotment garden. So sometimes older gardens, when they are vacant, they get divided into 2 plots or maybe even 3. Sometimes they are even bigger than 370 square meters, so it's easier to divide them. Sometimes the associations on local level, they offer possibilities to get to know gardening in a easy way. Maybe you rent only one bed, not a whole garden, but just one bed for a year. You can start and you get to know the association, you get to know the members. You can decide after 1 year, do I want to become a member? Is that something for me? Is that maybe too much? Is it good? That's another part. Also, once there is a chance to create a new allotment garden, that doesn't happen too often, but sometimes there is land and maybe for compensating sealing other areas in the city, maybe then you have a chance to create a whole new garden, a big garden area. Then they start with new concepts now. So they try to design it from the beginning very open, with wider walkthroughs, also with lots of commonly shared areas, with benches, with playgrounds, with places where many people can garden, maybe only with one bed and not a whole big plot for one family. So this happens. And also people try to do this with existing allotment gardens, which is of course more difficult. Because it's all already set. So this is also called allotment garden parks. This is a new idea that is being fostered all around Germany right now, and also implemented in some areas already. So it's really the idea to open up the allotment gardens to an even wider public than it used to, because there always have been like open gardens and education gardens and all of that, and education in general. But now we are trying to do it even more than before.
You have a lot of different type of gardens and a lot of members, and like in AFOP, different perspective of all of these members. Do you succeed to make the link between them and find common needs, common challenge? How your organization can help your members with all these common needs?
Mm-hmm.
And what is common needs for your members?
Mm-hmm. Yes, there are regular meetings amongst the members. So we organize several meetings for them. Our direct members are the 20 state associations, and their members are again the regional associations and then the local associations. So we bring together the representatives from the state levels, so we can exchange ideas and see what are the visions, what are the challenges. And also we offer trainings for people who do advisory services in the gardens and on state and regional level. Especially also on gardening, ecological gardening, also on ideas of how to manage an association, or a local association, because there are many things you need to know also on law. So we offer trainings for people in this area. And of course there's a magazine, and every member gets it, and that way we try to distribute new ideas or good examples you can find all around the country, and things like this.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I have another questions. In
two sides. How your member, your activity can help the city, and how the city can help you, especially in your country.
So especially in Germany, we are really lucky because the allotment gardens, the organized ones, they are protected by a federal law. So we can really mostly rely on a long-term opportunity to stay on the land and to garden. And also we have this well-organized structure with this long tradition, which is really well established. So this is so we can really offer to the municipalities a very reliable partnership, and that exists already. So I think that is really very helpful for municipalities because they know this is working, and they know the structure is there, the structure to for everything, not for public relation, for gardening, for training, to take care that the gardens are properly managed and all of that. And yeah, I guess that's the main thing. And also the thing is that we are self-organized and non-profit organizations. So the communities, they don't need to pay a whole lot of money to make this work. We are all organized mostly on membership fees on the certain levels. Also on the, yeah. And that is also very helpful, I think. And at the same time, for all these changes that we are facing right now, especially when we try to redesign existing allotment gardens or to create new ones, we are really depending also on funding and financial support, and also, of course, on land. And we also depend, and we also try to, and there are all these different boards where the municipalities and politicians and the organizations sit together on a regular basis and discuss all the different challenges and opportunities. So this is happening already, but not all over the state. So this is important to foster.
Okay. Thank you, Eva.
Thank you.
Nella?
Yes, thank you very much also, Eva. Now we could go to Henry, who is normally also already there. And for my part, Eva can stay around the table. And hello, good morning.
Good afternoon from Jeddah.
From Jeddah, okay. Well, did you follow the discussion so far?
Yeah.
Because I think you will have noticed some things very particular for Europe. Maybe my first question for you, Henry, is yeah, we just heard from the AFOP and from the German Allotment Association. Which other existing networks around the world or European in urban agriculture are also doing a good job in interacting with local government? What do you think makes them successful in doing so?
Yeah, so I have some experience in this area, especially around the context of vertical farming, as I co-founded the Association for Vertical Farming. And I try to share this lesson because I think it shows what is needed to be successful. The Association for Vertical Farming was a global organization. It still is, and it tries to get global interests around vertical farming. Big companies and small companies executed. There's a policy aspect to that, a research aspect to that. But it really had a difficult time being effective because a lot of these challenges are regional. And so after the AVF, I was in New York, and we sort of got together a bunch of urban farmers, nonprofit and for-profit. And we just went around a circle and said, what are the challenges you're facing? And we learned very quickly that in the regional context, the challenges overlap a lot. They're related to data sharing, talent, influencing policy, getting investment. And so there was overlap and collaboration there. And that's what's really important, is that if you really find a collective goal, you can find that ways to collaborate and compromise and show a shared interest. And just to tell you, the NYC Agriculture Collective was quite successful as a very simply organized nonprofit. And it lobbied the city. It became the organization that the city of New York went to understand, especially in the context of commercial urban agriculture, which was a rising trend. What are the needs of these organizations from a policy perspective? And so the first bill was passed in New York City for urban agriculture, which allowed for more zoning around rooftop greenhouses related to what the NYC Agriculture Collective did. And then another bill passed that created a website around various aspects of zoning and actually highlighting some of the members that people could look at to sort of have a guide on urban agriculture. And then more recently, they've just announced an Office of Urban Agriculture for the city of New York, and they're recruiting a director of urban agriculture. They're creating a budget for it. And even the state of New York State now has a bill going forward for its own urban agriculture initiative. And I think that there's a variety of players that went into that, but the NYC Agriculture Collective is a good example of that. I would say another example that broke off from that is the UK Urban Agriculture Technology Association that's done a great job to get sort of grant funding for specialized projects between organizations. But again, that regional focus, I think, is so critical to the success of these.
So what I learned from the New York example also is that it started with the first bill concerning zoning. It's a topic that comes back in different, and it's along my feeling like an important topic that is both concerning professional urban farmers as also urban gardening projects. If we would look at a European forum, would that also be a topic of discussion, or is that also more regionally? Well, let's reformulate the question. What would be like a good common focus? One for the regional associations, but also for a European one, because they might be different.
I think that consistently, zoning and access to land and space is an issue for all kinds of urban agriculture. And it's really because we removed agriculture from urban development, right? We just basically decided it wasn't part of urban development. So cities are now sort of catching up to say, how do we value this? Where do we place it? What are the effects of this? So it makes sense that it would take time, and there's some difficulty in doing that. But it's so important to create, and I guess the consistency is that I see as pathways. Like, you just need to create pathways for urban agriculture to scale and to develop. And those pathways begin with recognizing it as a viable use for a city and recognizing some of the differences between it, right? So, because not all urban farms are the same. We talked about community gardens and allotments. We talked about commercial farms. So there's a lot of differences there. So it's very important. Number one, the city knows what these differences are and how they relate to a cohesive strategy for the city. That should come from the farmers themselves and associations that represent them. And then number two, they create pathways to access that, to achieve that goal. And I do think Paris is an interesting example of this, because instead of sort of saying, let's change zoning right off the bat, they sort of said, let's experiment. Let's just sort of incubate different types of models, observe how they work, and then over time we can change that. And I think that's an interesting way to go as well, is to say, look, we just need to experiment and see what the impact is first, and then that'll guide us a little bit more. If you look at Singapore, they have pathways really well defined. So they have a very clear document and website that outlines if you want to do chickens, if you want to do aquaculture, if you want to do vertical farming, these are the licenses you need. These are the kinds of building that's allowed. And that's also a very good way to create pathways, is just create clarity.
Yes, maybe a last question also. How do you prove the benefits? That's also always a recurring question. I think on the technical innovation, it's maybe easier. They have their challenges, but often, and we heard in the past presentations, it's often also the social innovation. But then you get in a sphere that is very much more difficult to gain hard data. Do you have some ideas on that?
Yeah, I think this is the role of academia, especially around the social context, right? So there's environmental, social, and economic main impacts of urban agriculture. And on the social side, you're right, it's a little bit more fluid. It's a little bit, how do we track this? How do we take care of it? And I guess the best examples I've seen is when academics have sort of studies, internships, assignments, research related to that impact. So for example, if you look in Toronto and Montreal and Vancouver, there has been some analysis done about how urban farms help immigrants integrate into society. And so again, that comes to mind when I think about the allotments and I think about the current crisis in Europe right now. This is an area where the EFUA should focus a lot of energy, and where other associations should focus, is this should be our opportunity to bring Ukrainians into European society through agriculture and through gardening. Huge opportunity, and academia could really play an important role in observing that, to seeing how that impact relates. Because we'll face it, we're going to have more immigration in the future. It's not going to slow down. There's going to be climate refugees. There's going to be other crises as well. So understanding that relationship is one. I think on the other side of social impact, you can look at physical health as well, which is related to older generations and activity. That's something that can definitely be measured. You can also look at education. So, Teens for Food Justice, which is a nonprofit I'm a board member at, we had a third-party academic group come in and do testing for the students and questionnaires with them. And what we learned is that by engaging in food and agriculture, they're making better food choices. They're asking more complex, sophisticated questions relative to before. Their attendance at school is higher. They are actually more confident in having something, sort of a hobby that they can talk about. And so there's sufficient evidence already in this. And then if you look at something like biophilia and its impact on mental health or well-being, that's pretty well proven. So I think that, in certain cases, there might be a need for more analysis, but I think in other cases, it might be just taking previous analysis and looking at it in the European context with a pilot or an experiment.
Yes, very interesting, Henry. Thank you, as always. So I can conclude, maybe if we create physical spots, like with a clear zoning plan, we can also then make physical spots or hubs in each other's heads to talk and exchange and learn about foods, and to stay healthy in a city with a lot of challenges. Let's say it like that. Let's have a look at the chat. I don't see specific questions, but I think we have still some time for some questions to the experts around the table.
Exactly. Yes, there are no questions in the chat. You can have a few more minutes then for your table. Thank you.
Well, maybe before I go to Henry again. Next to questions, it's also good that if you know other organizations that are working for urban gardening or urban farming, you can also put those names or those websites in the chat, because we only had 2 representatives, but I can imagine there is a lot of big, great things happening out there. So please share it with everyone, and we can learn from that. Henry, you wanted to add something?
I just think the NYC Community Gardens Coalition is an interesting one. There's actually a lot of community gardens in New York City, and there's a lot of challenges around protecting those gardens, and sort of an interesting conflict, because the gardens are increasing the value of the property, and then the property developers come in and take the gardens away. So creating more permanence for that is just a challenge, in particular in New York, that's consistent. But that's an interesting organization to look at, not on the commercial side. I guess one point I wanted to make, and Alex has heard me say this, and Nelly have heard me say this a lot, but I want to emphasize that what I see globally and then what I see in Europe that's different is the connection to urban agriculture to the wider sustainability objectives of the European Union, and just a deeper commitment to circular economy thinking and sustainability. And so that can be advantageous, I think, from a branding perspective as well, for like Europe as a place for sustainability, innovation, urban agriculture, right? As a place that, I don't know, I don't want to overhype it up, but I see a little bit I see a deeper commitment to aspects of sustainability, reusing waste, reducing plastic materials, really trying to measure sustainability impact. We see that a lot more evidence than Europe. And that's an advantage, I think, for urban agriculture leaders in Europe, because eventually the world has to catch up with that. Right? In US, it's much more economic development focused and social equity focused. Those are the 2 things there. And I would say, in Asia, we're seeing, and the Middle East, we're seeing a lot of just heavy focus on technology, revenue, food security, right? So there's these nuances between the various regions. I think that's what's really interesting about Europe, is that there's a more of a commitment and a leadership on deeper green sustainability than the other markets where this is growing.
Okay, thank you.
I see a question in the chat for you from Ian Whitehead. how can we ensure that new high-tech models of urban agriculture deliver social and environmental outcomes?
Well, I mean, I think that there are trade-offs and different kinds of urban farms. And I think that, you know, we shouldn't try and force a method of production that is focused on yield and economic value to also deliver the same results on social value. I think instead we should take a step back and look at the city as a canvas and think about the community or environmental or economic needs and inform policymakers of helping incentivize and create pathways for the right kinds of farms for that solution. So I think a vertical farm can have social impact, but I think it's gonna have a very difficult time making a profit, right? So when I consult clients, right, which are mostly for-profit businesses, they often say, oh, we wanna create jobs and feed people in need, and we wanna, you know, have a social benefit, okay? But then when it comes down to it, it's very difficult to make money on those other impacts. So you have to pick a primary impact for any kind of urban farm, and then sort of say what are the secondary ones. And those secondary ones often can come from, you know, doing something else, right? For example, Brooklyn Grange is a for-profit soil-based urban farm, but they have sort of a nonprofit arm that allows students and youth to learn about it, but they don't manage that, they don't operate it, and that allows them to focus on what they're good at. And I think that's the way to think about it. So I guess the easiest way to answer your question, Ian, to take high-tech farming and connect it to a social need is to really bring it to schools. I think that's probably the easiest way to do that, because now you're exposing young people to technology they may not have access to, that creates potential job value for them, education for them. So I think that's probably the easiest way to do it that's feasible.
I feel like we have a very interesting topic for a next discussion, because I also think that is an interesting thing to exchange ideas. You shouldn't do it all, because no focus is very harsh in a business. But if you, like the Brooklyn Grange you mentioned, or an alternative through the schools, I think we are making a lot of steps in creating those places for urban agriculture in the fields and in the heads, and that's the way we should go forward to. Thank you, everyone. It was a wonderful discussion. Thank you for your contribution, and I think Patricia, you can take over again.
Thank you, Nele and Alexandre, for
you.
your very interesting questions raised to your guests. Thank you, your guests, for your very interesting answers. I think that, again, more food for our thoughts, more food for EFWA, and a lot to put in the cooking pan actually now to actually start working on all that. Thank you all. We are going to go now to our next session. So I welcome, thank you, Eva. Thank you. I welcome Michele Mellara from Mammut, our partner in EFWA project, who are going to take us again on a worldwide journey through their video stories. So can I have Michele, please, on the screen?
Hello, everybody.
Buongiorno, Michele. Welcome. Welcome again.
Thank you very much.
The floor is yours. Thank you.
Okay. I will be short because we have a lack of time, and I will go for a short introduction about this panel. Alessandro and I are filmmaker, and we have been involved in urban agriculture issues and teams for quite a long time. As Alessandro told yesterday, we started to be involved with these teams a decade ago, in 2010, when we were developing our feature-length documentary titled God Save the Green. And it was about urban agriculture in many different cities from the north and the south of the world. And everything started from there, because after the documentary, we took part to different European projects, taking care about the video production and the website of this project. And today, yesterday, you saw some community videos made for EFWA project, and we took care about the editing of them, but they were made by not professional filmmakers. And we were quite happy with the final result, taking into consideration that they were made by not professional filmmakers. And today we will go for something slightly different. You will see 6 short videos which have been taken by God Save the Green. God Save the Green is a documentary which tells the story of people in many different cities of the world taking care about urban environment and creating green spaces in the city where they live in. And as I said, I mean, we will see 6 short videos, 6 short stories taken by the documentary, but we re-edit them in order to upload them on the website and use them in a different way to comparison with the documentary. And I will say something very quickly about the story that you will watch. The first one is based in Teresina. Teresina is a city in the north of Brazil, and it tells a story about a group of women who create a garden where they could cultivate salad and vegetables. And the story is linked to the fact that all these people were not involved in urban agriculture before, and some of them came from very rough and difficult lives with low income and with trouble with their own families as well. And taking care about a place and growing plants and selling some of them to the community could improve their life in a better way. The second video was shot in Berlin, and the main characters are a couple of Turkish guys who create a garden next to the wall before the taking down of the wall. And in this way, they create a relationship with people in the neighborhood and with the Turkish community in the neighborhood as well. The third story is based in Casablanca, and it tells a story about the last garden in Casablanca, which was run by a guy who cultivates vegetables and who used vegetables in order to gift the vegetables to the community of the neighborhood. The fourth and the fifth story, both of them are based in Italy. The first one in Bologna and the second one in Turin. The first one is about a council flat in a neighborhood in Bologna where people create a roof garden with hydroponic techniques. And it was a way of creating a new kind of sociality, and it was a way to sharing something together, and creating this garden was a way of creating a new way of sharing time together and creating a community. The next story based in Turin is a roof garden as well, but made by one guy, and where he was able to plant trees 20 meters high, and it's a quite uncommon garden, roof garden in Turin. The last story of this first part of video is based in Berlin, and it tells a story of a community garden very well known in Berlin, named Princess Ines Garden. And I would go with all this video one by another, and after them I would say another couple of words about the last video, which is not a video extracted by God Save the Green. Enjoy the vision, enjoy the shorts, and we will be back later on. Thank you.
Sou casada, tenho 2 filhas. Minha primeira casa era de taipa coberta de palha. Aí depois que eu fiz uma de taipa de novo, mas coberta de telha. Há 3 anos atrás eu construí essa daqui, que é de construída. E moro aqui em frente aqui da horta onde eu trabalho. E o dinheirinho que eu ganho, às vezes, é para ajudar na despesa da casa.
E a Tereza?
Eu gosto de vender quando
Viu, Tereza?
Eu gosto de vender quando eu já saio encomendando, que eu vou só deixar.
E por que me bota? Aí, assim, ó, somos 10 mães. Trabalhamos lá, era mais, agora estamos só em 10. Tem sempre a coordenadora que temos reuniões na semana. Temos dia de quarta-feira, nós temos as colheitas. Na quinta temos reunião e tem transplante também, que nós se junta todas. Eu gosto muito de trabalhar na horta. Eu faço outras atividades, mas sempre na horta. Vejo a hora assim, quando chega a hora de eu estar lá dentro. A coisa que já me acostumei assim, acho que não me vejo mais fora de lá.
Boa de casa. Gostaria de comprar uma alfacezinha? Amanhã é feriado, de fazer uma saladazinha.
Meu Deus, que chique, né?
Tá lindo.
Tá bonito. Maravilha. Vou pegar ali a grana.
Certo.
Melhor ainda, meu filho, saiu tudo a dinheiro. Tem ali o shopping que foi feito agora, que é muito bom conhecer lá, que lá é bom. Tem muitas coisas baratas.
Sind wir Mitte des Berlin, im Kreuzberg. Das ist meine Karte. Seit 1986. Vorher war Müllsache voll hier gewesen. Die Leute reparieren Auto hier. Seine übliche Sache schmeißt sie hier. Dann stinkt hier. Dann wir haben gedacht, machen wir sauber. Dann fangen wir an, machen wir Karten, was grüne ist, was gut ist, was die Leute gefällt ist. Da haben wir angefangen zu sauber gemacht. Dann haben wir zu Karten bauen. Dann nach haben wir gehört, dass es Niemandland ist. Aber früher, wenn einer hätte uns sagen, das ist Niemandland, darfst du nicht was machen, wir haben natürlich Angst wegen der Stadt. Das ist nicht normal, sowas machen. Aber niemand gesagt. Nach haben wir alles gelernt. Das ist Niemandland, gehört nie West, nie Ost. Das ist so ein Land. Da haben wir da genommen. Die kommt die Soldat von hinter die Mauer mit Leiter so hoch, guckt die runter, uns hier, was wir machen sollen. Hat uns gesagt, was machst du? Ich habe gesagt, mache ich das Karten von grüner Sache. Er glaubt nicht mehr, aber ich habe gesagt, kommst du mal einen Monat später. Diese ersten Jahre habe ich 1000 Stück Sonnenblume gehabt. Jeder hat genommen eine. Die Soldat auch 4, 5 Stück hat er mitgenommen. Abschneiden, ihm gegeben und mitgenommen. Sagt, war gut, kann euch machen. Dann haben wir so gemacht.
Ali!
Die Wochenende, wir haben viel Verwandte, viel Nachbarn, sagen wir mal, gute Nachbarn. Kommen wir Wochenende hier, manchmal 20 Leute, manchmal 10 Leute, manchmal 5 Leute. Wochenende sind wir hier.
Ali!
Wenn man was braucht, Malte braucht zum Beispiel Zwiebeln, Malte braucht Kohlrabi, Malte braucht, sagen wir so, schwarze Kohl. Die nimmt sie, so, meine Frau gibt ihm von zu Hause. Von zu Hause soll er mit seiner Familie essen. Was machen wir? Muss essen. Sen kendi konuş.
Korta. Doldurayım. Sen yukarı çek.
Yapma öyle bir şey. Gelme bir daha.
O çocuk ıslanıyor, çekil yukarıdır.
Allah.
Gelsin otursun oraya. Al verin.
Gelme buraya bir daha.
Biraz daha kırmaz.
Schwarzgold kommt von Schwarzenmeerküste, wo wir hierher gekommen. Das ist unsere beste Spezialität von unserem Essen. In Türkei mitgebracht, die Dings, die kleine Kerne.
سيدي اسميتي شنيني عبد الله بن محمد زيد سيدي 1933 الواد المالح تما تعلمت الفلاحة. بلي سيدي تعلمنا الفلاحة جابنا السيد مول الدار مول المحل جابني عساس 58 كان فلاح هكا شويه هكا تتزوجت هنا في 63 وبقيت سيدي انا باقي عايش فيها اليومنا هذا كنفلح شويه نخدم شويه هكا ناكل. زادوا عندي الدراري هنا كبروا هنا راني باقي هنا وهذه هي الفلاحه ديالي لما خدمت شويه هكا ولا هكا ما ظلم الله. شايفينه
في دار ولا لا المهم تدير الحق العائله كلها اللي كيجي لهنا دير الابراهيم دير الكلثوم دير الجبار دار المصطفى دار المحجوبه دار الزهره دير العبد العزيز دير الخدوش الميلوده دار الحاج القاضي وعلي هما العائله ديالنا.
الله تبارك وتعالى خلق هذا الانسان في هذه الارض وجعله يعيش فيها وجعل في هذه الارض قوت هذا الانسان وقوت هذا الانسان بينه ربنا سبحانه وتبارك وتعالى ان الانسان يكدح في هذه الدنيا وفي هذه الارض بالذات التي هو فيها يعيش.
يلا جيتي بالليل
Nell'arco di 10 anni questa superficie tipicamente cittadina è diventata un ambiente che ha molte caratteristiche dello spontaneo, del naturale. È interessante considerare la possibilità di coltivare su un tetto piano. Le teorie attuali in vigore suggeriscono strati di terreno molto superiori a quelli che io ho sperimentato, 60, 70, 80 centimetri di terra. Qui nella zona alle mie spalle, tra il laghetto e questi alberi, l'altezza massima del terreno è sui 40 centimetri, cosa che farebbe inorridire qualsiasi agronomo, perché in poco terreno sopravvivono a quanto pare molto bene, essenze anche di alto fusto. Le piante dagli alberi alle erbacee superano certamente le 2000, mentre le varietà fra loro diverse, anche dovute solo a differenze di colore, superano le 200. Se vogliamo, ne fa quasi un orto botanico.
Wir sind im Prinzessinnengarten am Moritzplatz in Kreuzberg in Berlin. Das war seit 1945 eine Brachfläche. Hier war früher mal ein Kaufhaus drauf. Das ist dann zerbombt worden, gehe ich von aus. Und seitdem war hier gar nichts. Es war irgendwann mal ein Flohmarkt oder ein Zirkus, aber sonst war hier nichts. Die Mauer war auch direkt hier hinten. Und wir sind seit 2009 hier, haben den Platz sauber gemacht, haben viel von den Robinien, die hier stehen, gerodet, dass wir so eine Struktur hier haben. Und haben dann angefangen, hier zu pflanzen in den Kisten und Säcken, damit es mobil bleibt, weil wir nur eine Zwischennutzung haben und nicht wissen, wie lange wir hier bleiben können. Wir haben hier nicht den Anspruch, dass wir mit allen Sachen, die wir im Garten anbauen, hier die Leute satt kriegen. Das geht gar nicht, weil wir gar nicht die Flächen haben und auch nicht die Mengen produzieren können. Wir haben auch nicht unbedingt den Anspruch, dass es alles Bio sein muss, obwohl wir hier nur Bio anbauen, aber wir müssen ja auch mal dazu kaufen. Es ist einfach nur so, dass wir glauben, es macht einfach mehr Sinn, einen Blumenkohl aus Brandenburg zu kaufen, der vielleicht nicht Bio ist, als ein Bio-Blumenkohl aus Peru oder Bio-Erdbeeren aus Chile im Winter.
Die Nummer 17, bitte.
Normaler Thymian. Blüten vom Asiasalat, Red Giant heißt der. Kornblume. Wir nehmen die teilweise nur als Dekoration, aber auch öfter, wenn wir größere Mengen davon haben. Habe ich zum Beispiel letzte Woche habe ich ein Risotto mit frischen Erbsen gemacht und immer eine Handvoll von frischen Blüten mit durchgerührt, ganz am Ende. Das ist sehr interessant und ist auch im Prinzip, wenn man sowas kaufen möchte, ist es wahnsinnig teuer. Und wir haben es halt hier in rauen Mengen im Garten. Das ist sehr schön. So.
Okay, here we are, and now I will show you something completely different. It's a 2-minute shorts film, and it was shot in Matare. Matare is a slum in Nairobi, Kenya, and more than 100,000 people live there. And it's a story about a guy named Morris, and he cultivates in a bag of vegetables, and this bag of vegetables can change his life in a better way and the life of his family as well. This short doesn't come from God Save the Green. It was a different project. It was an international project named Why Poverty, which many broadcasters from all over the world were involved. And it's different from what you saw so far, because you saw a documentary approach in the video that you just saw. And in this one, the approach is quite different, because we had to write a script and we had to discuss this script together with the broadcasters, and to make it clear from the beginning. The storytelling had to be clear from the beginning, and we couldn't improvise a lot, as it happens when you make a documentary and when you face the reality day by day. It was screened all over the world, and the production involved more than 30 TV broadcasters from all over the world. You can show it now. Thank you.
Tupike lunch alafu ndio nafurahia urban farming kwa sababu gunia moja naweza kulea nao jamii yangu watu 6 kwa mwaka mmoja. Nafurahia sana.
Thank you, Michele, for sharing these testimonials with us, for sharing part of your work, of what Mahmoud does, besides EFUA, of course. So it's very interesting testimonials, very interesting life stories. Again, I think a lot can be learned from images and from people telling us and sharing with us their practical experience, their day-by-day experience. Sometimes it's is much more useful than, I don't know, academics now are going to hate me, but I think that these kind of experiences and told the way you show us can tell us a lot, and there's a lot to learn from that. Thank you again for sharing all this with us, and we are going to go now to our Board of Innovation members. I believe we have with us Guido Santini from the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations. We have also Catherine Bone from the University of Brighton. we have again Henry Gordon-Smith, whom we listened to slightly earlier on, and Ms. Ine Petri as well from Uniagro will be with us. So you will have a few minutes to introduce yourselves as Board of Innovation members of the EFWA. Thank you all. Thank you very much. Guido Santini, you can go first.
Thank you so much, Patricia. Good afternoon to everybody. I'm Guido Santini. I'm an officer at AO in the Plant Production and Protection Division, and I'm responsible for the urban agriculture work in the organization, and in connection with the program on city regional food systems. So our role basically is to somehow promote, support countries and national and local governments to scale up and implement programs of urban agriculture in connection with strategies to reinforce local systems. So it's very important in a perspective to integrate urban agriculture in a context of a broader food system perspective. Thank you.
Guido, the floor is now for Ms. Katrin Bohn. Thank you and welcome, Ms. Bohn.
Sorry, I lost you.
Introducing Ms. Katrin Bohn to the floor.
Sorry.
Thanks a lot. My name is Katrin Bohn. I'm an architect and urban designer, so I often do call me an urban practitioner because my work is so diverse and not traditionally an architecture work. And yes, I'm partly an academic at the University of Brighton, and partly I'm working with Bohn and Fillion Architects, a small sort of low energy architecture and sustainable design consultancy. And I'm working since 20 years on designing for urban agriculture. So I'm one of 2 people who have developed a concept called Continuous Productive Urban Landscapes. Some of you may know it. Yeah, I have, this is the book. I have that here, yeah, to show you. So, and I'm always amazed how the subject of urban agriculture, peri-urban agriculture, food systems activities, how it has moved from being a, let's say, sort of fringe interest to really being taken up by a lot of people around the world. I listened to Henry Gordon-Smith saying earlier how noticeable it is that the European Union, the European Commission, other sort of European partners, the EFUA itself, yeah, are taking up the subject now, and how it really, really urgent, you know, the urgency, how really obvious this is. Yeah. So I had been asked to say what I bring to the Innovation Board. I bring maybe 4 main things. I bring 20 years of infrastructural thoughts that I'm happy to share. And I bring a lot of experience on urban agriculture design, both as an idea at idea stage, but also in practice. I bring a big international network that I'm happy also to involve in whatever we want to do. And also a already tested methodology to co-design with community partners, but also with local authorities, projects and processes that will help us to implement urban agriculture in cities. So yeah, that's maybe my short 2-minute introduction. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Katrin, for being with us. And thank you for bringing these 4 little things, as you might like to call them, which I don't think are little at all. Thank you for being with us. The floor now goes to Henry again. Welcome again, Henry.
Hi, everyone. What an honor to be back here again speaking and to be part of this Innovation Board. It's nice to meet the other Innovation Board members for the first time for me. So I'm Henry Gordon-Smith. A little bit of background. I sound American, but I'm not. I'm actually European. My mother's Czech. My father is British. And I have lived in Austria, Germany, the Czech Republic, and Russia, as well as Spain. So I've got a little bit of European experience as well. Agritecture, as I mentioned previously, is a 10-year-old company. We produce a lot of content for the sector, do a lot of research, including an annual census, especially focused on controlled environment, high-tech agriculture. We really believe in promoting sustainability and avoiding greenwashing in this sector. So our recent report focuses on combating the greenwashing, that vertical farming is sustainable and that it's a more complex question than that. And most of these farms don't track data. So sometimes we're a little bit controversial, trying to lead the sector, trying to push the discussion in the right direction. And that's part of our enabling role and our mission to really help guide this transition to more smart and resilient agriculture. So we also do that through our services. So again, I've advised, I think, on 212 different urban agriculture projects across 35 countries. So a lot of different climates, a lot of different conditions. And then we have our software, which lets you estimate the CapEx and OpEx of greenhouses or vertical farms. So long story short, Agritecture is really about providing everything from low cost, free even, to low cost to premium knowledge to sort of enable the sector. And we really like to cover the broad spectrum of technology and scales in urban agriculture. We're sort of the group that people go to when they have a crazy urban ag idea and they want to fill in the gaps with design and data. And so I'm excited to bring that knowledge and insight to the board. There'll be a blog post coming out soon about sort of my perspectives on urban agriculture in Europe and what I hope to bring to the table. But I would say, one of the things is our database of urban farms that we have. We have a continually updated database of urban farms that we can bring to the table. We can use this to very rapidly in discussions think about, what's worked elsewhere, what are the case studies we can pull from, how can we use that to inspire new solutions. I've also worked with a number of policymakers, which I think is going to be important for this role. So whether it's the government of Auckland or Qatar or Paris or New York, in Atlanta and now Dallas, which is one of our clients, we can really think about how do you engage policymakers and how do you find the balance between high-tech urban agriculture and lower tech, which is very important. And then, of course, I think the last thing that I'll also be bringing to the table is a lot of promotion of the work of the EFUA and sharing content about that and leveraging our network to promote what the work is being done here, which I'm very excited about. So thank you so much. Excited to be here.
Thank you, Henry. Again, this innovation board is getting richer and richer with all your contributions. Guido, the technical team are asking me if you can kindly mute your microphone, please, for the time being. Guido, thank you.
Sorry.
And going back to the words of Henry, yes, it is nice for you to meet for the first time, but it is nice also for us to meet you, because I think no one had the chance yet to meet the Innovation Board. So thank you for being here today. And last but not least, Ms. Ine Petri, the floor is yours. Thank you for being here.
Hi. Hello. Well, thank you for having me. I'm Ine Petri. I'm a researcher, an expert researcher and business developer at Inagro in Belgium, which is an applied research institute. This means we situate ourselves between the farmer and the academics. So we really focus on practical solutions and implementations of new research. And we have actually built and opened our new greenhouse infrastructure, Agrotopia. It opened last year in September. It's the biggest rooftop greenhouse in Europe, 9,000 square meters. So I'd say that what we can bring to the board is our experience from realizing this project. We do it in very close collaboration with the sector, with the farmers. We involve them throughout the process. We work through a living lab methodology. So we also have the Agrotopia Living Lab that focuses on innovations for urban farming and greenhouse horticulture. And we do not only focus on going up on the roof, but mainly how we can integrate food production in the urban region by making connections with your surroundings and your resources. So we have a lot of expertise there from projects that are already running, from projects that we are doing, a wide network of farmers, technology suppliers, policy stakeholders. We are also involved in the Cities 2030 project is another Horizon project that looks at transforming the city food region. So yeah, I think many things we can add, and I look forward to also learn from all your experiences.
Thank you, Ine. Well, I think this is definitely looks like a very, very interesting board of innovation for the EFWA project, and I thank you, all of you, on behalf of the EFWA partners. It is nice to see you. It's nice to have you here with us. It's nice that you found the time in your very busy schedule. So thank you very much. And I think we can now go to a very well-deserved lunch break, and we will all be back at 2 p.m. If that's okay with all of you. We will see you back at 2 p.m. Thank you very much. Enjoy your lunch.
Thank you so much.
Welcome back. I hope you all had a enjoyable lunch, well deserved after a very intense morning today. Without further ado, I would like to welcome our next guest, my colleague Franco Latorre from Risorse per Roma. I think he's already connected to the platform. Franco?
Good afternoon, Patricia.
Good afternoon and welcome back again. Today you're having a very busy day with us. Okay, I believe Andrea Messori, your first guest, is already connected to the platform as well. But first, if you'd like to introduce your session, and the floor is yours, Franco.
Thank you, Patricia. Yeah, as you maybe have seen during these days, starting from my presentation, not to quote me myself, but because there is the reason why, we have been hearing about a lot of initiative and experiences on strengthening the linkages between various stakeholders, from city governments to associations, experts, and academia. And as we have seen in the previous roundtable on common ground for urban agriculture, and being EFWA, a project aimed at establishing a European Forum of Urban Agriculture, networking is one of the tools for achieving this goal. So let's conclude this afternoon with with a session on networking and commitment. And the first guest I welcome is Andrea Messori from the network. Is the facilitator of all Gardenizers projects that have been presenting you this morning. And the reason we have been inviting you, because Gardenizer is not only a professional profile, but something else that, of course, Andrea will better explain than me. So please, Andrea, the floor is yours.
Okay, I share my presentation, confirming, Franco, that you are seeing it. So simply, I'm presenting rapidly. It's afternoon, so we start after eating. So we go again in the topic. And Orti in Comune is the name of the network of and all your community gardens that are in Rome. And so we'll go through directly to go to the topic of today. So the context in general is that we have more or less in Rome much more than 160 gardens in a way, but you can count 29 of them that are really entering in the definition of community gardens. So gardens that has a project that stay in a context and stay and interact also with institutions. And we have also a network together that counts 135 people that are working on them. And we have more than 750 people that are active on social network and stay in contact and exchange about community gardens in Rome. What we are talking about when we are talking about community garden is simply managed collectively and for the benefit of its members and the local territory. So the two things cannot go differently. They have to stay together. So you are working for the member of the garden, but you are working inside the context. The purposes are more than simply growing up vegetables. So they are including also leisure, recreation, play, social activities, well-being, education, inclusion, integration. That's why if I project this kind of scheme, it's quite easy for you to understand how and in which kind of different direction a community garden can go. We have worked a lot with a lot of gardens in training, as Franco this morning was introducing. Now, during training, we have a possibility also to extract some information directly from the gardeners. And one of the most interesting things was this definition they have provided. Is a definition that they create is totally not technical, but they say that a community garden is an open and visible space. Quite obvious, but it's not so obvious. It is a way to nurture a space of a territory where people meet, exchange ideas, and learn to share, defining their own rules and functioning, self-determining and self-defining themselves as part of a community. It is not only a way of taking care of the environment, it is also, above all, a space to welcome and value diversity, where listening, exchange, and collaboration make it a laboratory for experimenting, exchanging ideas and knowledge, and doing these things together. So the community garden is, as we have already discussed during these days, a common good, finally. So we go also through and asking them to collect and connect to the Agenda 2030, say, okay, which kind of objectives of the Agenda 2030 can be, in your opinion, having an impact thanks to the community garden? And they make a list. So what I'm showing to you is the one they select are the most important goals of Agenda 2030 that can be reached and can be impacted thanks to the community garden. So I was asking and proposing to them, so let me know which are the ones that you think you are contributing more as urban gardeners. And they give these results. As you can see, good health and well-being, quality education, sustainable cities and community, and life on land are the ones that have received more support, and they think that are the ones that are contributing more in terms of impact, thanks to the work and to the activities of the community garden. So let's go. I will not repeat everything has been already said from Franco Latorre, that was already presenting all the community project of the European Commission that has been and are passing through Rome. But we define together this sum up of projects and initiatives that are coming from different directions, from the civil society and from the institution, a European Green Wave. Yeah, it is, because it's a big support. It's a big demonstration of the fact that the institutions and the civic society can work together, especially on this kind of topics where everybody is interested, everybody has to say its own word. So that we have a possibility to work together and to go to different results. But we need, in a certain way, a facilitator. Franco was already mentioning this morning, a gardenizer. What is a gardenizer? First of all, it's a name. It's a name that does not exist in any language. Also, English people do not have it, because we have to simply create the word garden organizer that was good for French people, was good for Italian people, for English people, for Spanish people, and also for English people. So it was good to have it one together. It's this kind of function, so it can be one person, but can be also more than one person that is coordinating. As a knowledge in technical skills in community garden, because he has to support in a certain way the needs of the people working in a community garden, but at the same time, one of the most important things he has to focus on is the work inside the garden with the people, because he's a mediator. He's finally someone that is facilitating also the flow between among the people that are in the garden, outside with the people that are not directly involved in the garden, about the territory that is around the garden, and also with the institutions, because the institution, as you know, they need to refer to not such a big number of people. They cannot make meetings with 300 people every time. So they need someone that is a porte-parole, that is someone that is bringing in a certain way the possibility to go faster and to collect information and to pass also information. Why not also to plan together certain kind of policies, like can be the food policy, for example, in a city. The Gardenizer supports, the Gardenizer promotes, the Gardenizer raise awareness, the Gardenizer support communication. I let you simply read the rest because it's not really the focus. As you see, it's not the Gardenizer that is doing something. Is someone that is letting the other doing. Okay, this is more or less the topic. That's why we gather all these European projects inside a unique platform, Gardenizer.eu, where you can find a lot of services, but are services that are provided directly from the community gardens, from European projects. It's something that is shared. And on what especially this platform is providing and supporting? Training. And we are, Franco was mentioning already this morning, we have Gardenizer Hub project that is in a sort of way designing the training for trainers, so a format for trainers that are training Gardenizer. But there is also Gardenizer Pro for professional Gardenizers. There is the new wave concerning the question of making training also for public officers that are working in the cities, because most of the time they are not aware about what is needed and they need information in order, if they want to cooperate with the civic society, if they want to cooperate with the community garden. But also a lot of teachers need help in order to exploit as much as possible also education as a vehicle for certain kinds of values and information, how much is important this, all of this you can imagine inside food policies, for example. Urban Garden Toolbox, where to simply not reinventing the wheel over time that you are starting a community garden. So the gardeners have been invited from different countries. There are more than 52 practices that are stored inside the toolbox. They are available in English, they are available in French, in German, in Greek, and in Italian, of course. And they will soon be in other languages. That has been simply described, put in photos, put in video, put in links, documents. So every kind of people, whatever you like in terms of learning, you want to start from the practice, you want to start from reading, you want to start from chatting also, because you have also the contacts of the people in order to see which are the people that upload this tool, this practice, and so you can contact them. But from the other side, there is a question, how to make a service to the citizens. So there is a map of community gardens that is not concerning Rome, is a geographical map that is covering all around the world. You will see, if you go there is already a community garden in Mexico, for example. Soon we will have our dear friends from Barranquilla in Colombia. And so there is the map of Gardenizers, so an interactive multilingual map that is allowing citizens to repair this kind of people that has already been trained about Gardenizers. So they are people that can help in case the community garden needs, or the institution needs, or the school needs someone that is specialized in this topic and can support. Soon in the map you will find also the trainers, because we are starting now to train the trainers. So also the trainers will be signaled in this map. So it will be very useful for anybody in any country at any level, and everybody can create his own community, because it's sufficient that the community gardens at local level would like to be on the map. It is possible to go there. Yes, mid-2022, it will be also available in Spanish, because thanks to the project, Gen Rector, that is supporting the cooperation between Rome and thanks to Anci Lazio, and also the other part of the world, that is Barranquilla in Colombia. We will have a possibility to work together to translate everything in Spanish and to make it available for all the Spanish-speaking world that is quite large. These are the advertisements for the moment, Franco. So for me, there is a little video, I think, that has been shared and is possible to be launched now to focus on the Gardenizer program.
Yes, Andrea, would you like us to show the video now? We have it available.
Yes, because I have finished.
Perfect, thank you. You can now launch the video. Thank you, Michelangelo.
Thank you, Andrea, with this also inspiring movie. What do you think about Patricia? Do you want to be a gardenizer?
On top of everything else I already do in my life, yes, why not? I already have quite a busy life, but yes, why not? In my own
promote the version during the night, Patricia, if you want, during the night and on weekend. In this way, you can complete.
I already do the gardening in the weekends. That's true. Okay, that was very interesting. Thank you, Andrea. Now, Mr. Van Benhuizen cannot be with us today as he has taken ill. And the technical team tell me that Miss Leah Palm from the city of Sao Paulo is not yet connected. So I think we could go now for the experience of Barranquilla. Franco, if you like, you would like to introduce it, or Andrea, as you are working with Barranquilla. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Patricia. Yes, we are moving on the other side of the Atlantic Ocean to the South America, in particular Barranquilla. What's about Barranquilla? You have already an experience in international cooperation on the field of urban agriculture. Before starting with the video, could you please give us some nuts about how started already the international cooperation?
Are you referring to me or to Manuel?
Yeah, to you, Andrea.
To me, okay. So the project is started now, simply in 2022. But the idea this year is to transfer everything we have done, thanks to the Gardenizer project, to Citygemet, to Urban, because transferring also the concepts to cities is different than transferring between gardenizers or between gardeners. So we multiply a little bit the approach. In this case, it's changing really of the world. It's different. And so we will start from the beginning. We will start together with Barranquilla, that is in charge of realizing 4 different new gardens there, because it doesn't exist as a reality there. But we work together especially on communities. It means that in Barranquilla there is a special reality that is in the neighborhoods, in the peripheral area. We have a lot of representatives of people that have emigrated from other countries of Latin America. So they create big communities. So Barranquilla is really working as a sort of cultural mediator, a city that is playing the game of being a mediator. Good. We work on the mediator inside community garden. They are working on the question of mediation with the communities. The 2 things has to go together, because of course the leaders, the people that we can identify inside the communities can be involved not only in managing, because when someone is providing to you something already created, it's like a public service. Now you receive a gift and okay, I'll try. Now you are involved from the beginning. You are involved in the decision-making process. You're involved in how to use public money. And they are public money that come also from European Commission, because the Europaid project. So everything is really a sharing of responsibility. And this is a fantastic choice. For a city like Barranquilla is really looking to the future. They have a big plan, because everything is not a question of that project. Is really inside a vision of 7 years that has been designed by the municipality of Barranquilla. So simply, ANCI Lazio, Risorse per Roma, Replay Network are at the service of a local area, and they choose also to have another partner that is specialized in doing something that we cannot do in Italy, for example. It means to work on the question of sustainability in terms of economic sustainability and fighting against the lack of food. That is a specific need of this reality in Barranquilla. So these things are, let me say, we are not simply replicating what we have done in Europe, what we have experimented here. We are exploiting everything we have already done, but it's a completely new challenge. And it's interesting because Barranquilla is one thing, but we are already speaking with also with Peru, also with Brazil, also with Mexico. So in a certain way, Barranquilla is the first that is acting, but there is already a large number of people in Latin America that is observing, motivating, thinking, and we are already, of course, making project design for the next future.
Thank you, Andrea. So before crossing the ocean, please fasten your seatbelts, and like also invite you in the meantime to ask questions using the chat if you would like to address some issue to the participants to this session. So I ask please the technical assistants to launch the video to Barranquilla. Have a safe trip.
Okay, I hope that all our viewers had the chance to watch the video. Yes, perfect. Thank you. And let's see if Franco Latorre is coming back to us.
See the video.
Okay, there you are. So they informed me that Ms. Lia Palm is not yet connected from Sao Paulo in Brazil. So I guess the floor is yours, Franco and Andrea. Thank you.
Thank you, Patricia. So just to add at the end of the video, I'll take the opportunity that there is another IURC project running. This time is in Euro-Asia cooperation. We have been involved as Risorse per Roma in this program in order to support Bandung in Indonesia to build their path to sustainable agriculture. So Andrea, first of all, Marlene Marquez is asking is there any cost to apply for Gardenizer Pro?
Until when we have a fund from the European Commission, no problem. But I will answer a little bit more on that. It means we are always using European program. And when I say we, I'm not saying Replay Network, it is my organization. I'm saying also the Risorse per Roma, ANCI Lazio, whatever. Our group of actors in a certain way. We use always the European Commission money as a public money as it is. So it means it has to multiply the things. So when we do training courses like this, it's completely covered. And the idea is always that the people that are participating, because we cannot intervene on hundreds and hundreds of people, we are always trying to choose the ones that can be multiplier. So people that can, when they come back home, give it back to their territory and multiply. That's why we go for Gardenizer Hub, choosing Hub, especially because we want to concentrate energies in order to create and support trainers, in order to be able to build their own group in the local reality and to multiply and continue to do the work at local level, especially if they can count on the support of local authorities. It doesn't cost a bit. Example, here in Rome, we have Risorse per Roma, we have Urban Project, we have a municipality of Rome that is supporting. So we have no cost, for example, for having a fantastic place where to do the Gardenizer Pro training course. We are 5 days hosted in the House of Gardens. That is a dedicated structure of the municipality of Rome. If I will rent this place, it will cost an enormous amount of money per day as a private. But if I'm inside an alliance for doing something together, this is for free. It is a support in kind from the municipality of Rome, from the Risorse per Roma. So that's it. The other side of a river, inside the community gardens, we know a lot of people that has specific and peculiar knowledges on different kind of topics. So we have not 2 or 3 trainers leading all the training course or all the time, but they continuously change. The trainers are people that are coming from the civic society, and they are available to share a piece of knowledge, a piece of specialization they have in order to continue the optic of sharing. Yeah, no more sharing inside the community garden, but they are sharing with the movement of community gardens, with the society in general. So if you combine in a very creative way this kind of things, it is really possible to reduce a lot the cost. So the cost we are facing at the moment is simply the food, because we have this strange inhabited in Italy to sit down and eat together at lunch. So
Andrea, thank you, Andrea. I'm seeing Leah Palm.
Perfetto.
Leah, could you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Good morning. Thank you. Thank you for joining us. Good morning.
Good morning.
Very early in Brazil, and it's here still already afternoon here in Europe. So thank you for your contribution, and the floor is yours, Leah. Go ahead and told us about the experience of the Latin American largest city, that is Sao Paulo. Thank you, Leah.
Okay, I'm going to go with my page. Can you see it? Just at the beginning. Can you see it?
Yes, we can, Leah. Yes, thank you.
Okay. How much time I have? Just to know.
7 to 10 minutes.
Okay. So I will try to talk to you very quickly about it. And I don't know if you're going to have some questions afterwards, and we can chat a little bit more, or you have my contact. So I'm Leah Palm. I work to the municipality of São Paulo in the agricultural department. I'm coordinating it right now. And I'm going to talk about the Connected Dots project and how is right now is doing the way to the project through public policy to make it for all over the city. So I will talk and tell you about the project we were doing for the last years. Important to you to know that it is already said, São Paulo is a huge city. We have 22 million people in the metropolis. In the city itself, it's 12 million people. So it's huge and very known about the urban areas we have. But as well, we have a great 30% of territory rural. And we have forests surrounded and very important springs areas in the city. So to preserve these areas is something more and more important, and do actions that can stop urban areas to go through rural areas. So it's all about we are trying to do, and agriculture is main way we can do this in the city. So to you understand what you're talking about, I bring you this photo. It's the complexity of the area. So we have the urban areas with the growth area, agricultural areas, and the forest all together in a very economic vulnerability. It's very strong, and we have many issues all together in the territory. Here it's an image from the south of São Paulo. We have indigenous territory in the city. There are two actually, one in the south part, one in the north, and there's a huge area as well, the Guarani. The vision of the Connected Dots is that the most sustainable policy for rural territory is to recognize and strengthen its economical potential with environmental compatible activities. So what you're talking about here is that fiscalization, and it's very important to contain the urban area to go through these places, but fiscalization goes after the problem is there. So we need actions to do before it happens. And agriculture, ecotourism, and other activities, they are special to occupy the places with activity that is compatible with environmental needs we have to these territories. But it's important to say as well that agriculture is all over the city. So I think this one is better. Yeah, and we have this in the rural areas. There's these green areas over here, but we have as well in the city many urban gardens. So this one is a big one in the beyond the electric lines. We have many urban gardens. We have in schools, that is here, but there are much more. We have agriculture itself, commercial agriculture, and it's almost 1,000. More than 1,000 we already mapped, but we know there's much more. So we are in a bigger city, one of the biggest cities in the world as well. We have much agriculture to strain here. So to understand how we work in connected dots. So we got this prize in 2016 from Bloomberg Philanthropies. And we organize, we have money, and we have the chance to innovate in it. So we organize our project in 3 main things. So strengthen the agriculture, that is act with the farmers, the family farmers, to make them more stronger. And we'll talk about a little bit with you about this. We got many studies in data and evidence issue. I don't know how, I forgot how to know totals in English, but and we have many studies, and I will let you, if you want to know more, we have many things right and studies and data about the rural territory that we didn't know until there, and value chain. So everyone is working with agriculture in the city. So some of the results we have is that we inaugurate a new way to operate in the territory. So with articulation, innovation, and adaptation focused in family farmers. We have the central thing is technical assistance. So we had people who goes to the agriculture and work with them to make them more commercial, prepare and planning what they are growing, and to help them to be more, have more technical in the agriculture itself. So the work conditions and the life of these people increase for many of them we attend. So we have many different profiles farmers in the city. We have these rural areas, we have the gardens, so we have to make this very different for each of them. And we have this update data, and we could get a bit different in all these years we are with them in the project. But we have like more than 1,000, and we got with the project 160. That's a lot, but we want to do many more. Here is some of the programs or actions we have with the farmers. So we gave to them organic inputs. We work with certifications, fruit programs, and many things to really get them to a place for another while we work with them. We work with payment for environment service. We plan it, and we are going to start the first group this year. I'm very quick, but we can talk a little bit more after you would. So we got this CIS Rural. This is a system, and it's very interesting. Many places, cities, and in Brazil and in other countries, they are interested in replication of this system because it's very powerful to understand, to help a technical system, and to get data from it for make the public policies. We have another platform that's Sampa Mais Rural, and it maps all over the value chain in the city. And this one is everyone can work with it, all the citizens, you see, and we have these seals that identify all these places over the city. So people in São Paulo doesn't know there's rural areas and so much agriculture and everything in the city. They go to other places to get the countryside, so they can do this inside the city. So we are spreading this idea and to the citizens valorize what they have in the city. And here is our commercialization actions. We had partnership with schools that goes to the farmers' families. We got many prizes with the project. And now to finish, this subject goes to the planning of the city. So the agriculture is in many of them. I put two very important here. That's Climate Action Plan and the Agenda Municipal 2030, that is ODS's planning. And we're working right now in agriculture department to connect the dots in extreme south of São Paulo, where we were working into these years, and to training and expand to all over the city for this 1,000 locations. We have agriculture in the city in different ways they need. The actions we had, the project, like very with many achievements in this area, if this 160, and we want this over the city right now. And we're working with replication as well to state of São Paulo and other parts of Brazil. That's it. I can give you these slides. There's many studies and publications we have about the program, and some videos you can understand more. And that's it, guys. Very quick.
Thank you, Leah, for your excellent contribution. And given the fact that this is the largest city in South America, we saw the numbers. So the first issue I'd like to ask you is what's the really point of strength and the major weakness of this? If you should, run a SWOT analysis for the first point of strength, what is this? What is?
They are. We talk here that the big farmers, they are very small. So the city is not common agriculture we have in the country. It's around the city. It's pressure about the urban areas. So we are peripheral people. They earn incomes like very small. There are many vulnerabilities in all over the things. So the main thing is train is make them get money they need from agriculture. Otherwise, they go to another activity, and at the end of the day, they will sell the place, and house is going to be over there. So the main things is technical assistance and show them how to plan the grow and have something with quality so they can sell, and that's it. I can hear you.
Yeah, my mic was off, sorry. In order not to disturb you with sounds. So Professor Renting from Aires University, one of the FUA partners, is asking you, what's about the water problem in São Paulo? So agriculture with or without water is something different. So
okay, for agriculture, you mean? We have like a water problem to the city because we are many people, and this rural area, especially in the south, is a spring area where many of water of the city comes from. So we have a lot of water, and you need to preserve it in the salts, so in the rural area. So they use the rivers, I don't know how to say, poços, to get the water from the earth, and it's more or less okay. We have a thing with quality of this water, so we have to test it and make some things to do this. In the city, they use almost of them the system water, so Sabesp water that go to the tap, they use to grow. So it's one thing we want to work with them to collect rain water, and we work with technical units, demonstrative technical units to do so, irrigation in a more quality way to don't spend so much water. So we have a very stress with water in the city. So to urban gardens, this is a issue to have quality, and at the same time don't spend a lot of water in the city. So I think it's something we share with these problems, and it's good to know what you are doing over there as well. So maybe we can replicate here.
You, Leah, mentioned the issue that Paulista, the citizens of Sao Paulo, they ignore that they are living in an agricultural city. So how do you tackle with this issue? How to make them aware about the beautiful place they live in?
So yeah, this is an important thing, because we cannot preserve and want this to be there if you don't know it, or if you don't know how important it is. So what we are doing is, I show you very quick the Sampa Mais Rural. So it's a platform that is virtual, but it is as well the seals that's all over the places. And we have communication campaigns about it, and it is about everyone who is growing, everyone who is selling these products, and as well we have 2 ecotourism places, north and south, and you want very much people goes there. So visit these family farmers, eat from what they are selling, and know that we have a Google Garden just across the road. And this work was very, very interesting, because while we were all over the city talking about this, people are discovering that, okay, I can get my salad from in front of my house, and this is very special. So we want people to know that and valorize it, and maybe can go there and work in it as well, create our own urban gardens. We have this goal in the city to have 400 urban gardens or straighted. So we are working a lot in doing so. So make people to know, and with communication platform and going to talk to people. Actually, we are going there and.
Thank you, Leah. And I'd like to ask a question to Andrea. Andrea was presenting the experience of the Orti in Comune, that is the network of the urban gardens in Rome. So, Andrea, in your opinion, what is the main obstacle in supporting, promoting network of urban gardeners?
Well, if I have to talk about the experience in Rome, in Italy, but in Rome especially, it is typical also from Italy, but we have to know that the majority of people, the 99.99% of people that are involved in community gardens, they are volunteers. So you have from one side, they are volunteers, so you cannot pretend professional performances from there. So the changes and in a certain way, the actions have to be in a certain way adapted to the fact that they are dedicating voluntary time. At the same time, it's full of energies and full of competencies, because you can have in the same community garden a band director, a web designer, a project manager. So if you use this kind of competencies, in reality, you can go more fast, more efficient, and really doing professional things and so on. That's why we invest so much time in the question of the coordinator and facilitator of human resources in the community gardens, that is the garden organizer, summing up the two words, because we need to put in value as much as possible this role. So the really communication and to have a long-term vision is the two main points to be focused on, to exploit as much as possible in terms of social externalities. I'm not talking about production, okay? You can cultivate only few zucchini, few carrots, few tomatoes. So the land is limited, the production of products is limited. But social products, the other side, are really huge. So the same square meter of community garden can be exploited for different kind of direction and can involve more people, not only the one that is digging the land, but also a lot of other people. We have also musicians making music with vegetables. So imagine how large it can be.
Yeah, just for your information, Leah, the Roman network that Andrea was describing is based on association, because according to the regulation of the municipality of Rome, urban gardens can be run only by association, not by single citizen. And the other issue is that the network put together the largest part of the community in Roma. So we are almost finished our session. I'd like to thank our participants, Leah Palm from the city of São Paulo, Brazil, Andrea Missori from Replay Network, Rome, Italy, and I give the floor to Patricia. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Franco, for taking us on this journey across the pond, across the Atlantic Ocean. Thank you, Leah, for being with us, and thank you, Andrea. There is a slight change of program in the sense that I would like now to welcome Mr. Makoto Yokohari, who is the one of the members of the Board of Innovation of FUA, who could not get connected this morning, together with the other members of the Board of Innovation. Thank you. So he will now introduce himself. Thank you very much for being with us. Thank you. The floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much, Patricia, for inviting me. And thank you very much also for inviting me as one of the members of the Innovation Committee. Well, my name is Makoto Yokohari from Japan. I'm teaching at an urban planning school at the University of Tokyo. To introduce myself, I have been studying urban agriculture for maybe around 30 years or so, or even more than that, by having suburbs of Tokyo as my key study area. And my study has been in a very various perspectives, including ecosystem services by the urban agriculture, and also historical changes of the urban agriculture, and also cultural values, and so on and on. So I've been conducting various type of research with my colleagues at the university. And also I have several colleagues in Asian countries who has been working with me. And by collaboration with them, I have been studying urban agriculture in several Asian cities, including Jakarta in Indonesia, and Bangkok in Thailand, and also Manila in Philippines, and so on. So those are my experiences in urban agriculture, and I am once again very pleased to be one of the board members, and looking forward to collaborating with all of you in the future. And once again, thank you so much for inviting me. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. And again, further confirmation of the fact that this Board of Innovation is really rich, together with your other 4 colleagues of the board that we had the chance to meet this morning. Thank you for finding the time to be with us.
Thank you very much. And I'm sorry that I was not able to connect myself because of, I don't know why, but there has been a sort of a technical problem. And I've been trying a lot, but it was unsuccessful. So I'm sorry about that.
Well, but we succeeded now, so that's what
yeah,
counts.
finally
So
I made it.
we are happy to have you here. Thank you very much again.
Thank you very much too.
Thank you. We go. Okay. Now, as I mentioned yesterday, if we had had the chance to welcome here in Rome, we would have taken you on a field trip to visit some of the urban farms of the city, around the city. Now, this has not been possible. And just as a slight consolation, today is really raining very heavily in Rome. So maybe most probably we wouldn't have had the chance to take you anywhere today. So at least we're going to take you on a virtual tour. Once again, I'm going to ask you to open a new page in your browser, and I'm going to copy the link on the chat. So I'm going to ask you, please, not to click on the link, but simply copy and paste it onto a new page. The video lasts more or less 8.5 minutes, and I will see you all back here in about 8 minutes. Thank you very much. Enjoy the viewing. Welcome back. We'll just wait a few more seconds to give everyone the chance to finish watching the video. Okay, I think you must have had the chance to watch the video. And I hope you actually enjoyed it. We've tried to give you a very quick insight of the 3 urban farms managed by the city of Rome. We would have had the chance to take you to at least one of them if you had been here today, well, despite of the weather. But instead, we brought the urban farms to you, like we brought the urban gardens to you yesterday. And as the councillor, Ms. Alfonsi, said yesterday morning while opening the conference, we hope to have given you the chance to have to take a different look at Rome, and to look at Rome from a different point of view, which is not only the greatest archaeological site in the world, perhaps, or one of the greatest, but Rome is also that. It's also agriculture, it's also urban agriculture, it's also urban farms, it's also associations of citizens who are very active and very demanding, and usually they obtain. So this is also Rome. With this, I would like to actually go now to our conclusions of the conference. If our guest panelists are all, I think, connected, we should have Daniel, we should have Donna, Henk, Nele, Claudia, and I think Lucy Sobova is not here yet, but hopefully she will connect a bit later on. So I'll just give the floor to our panelists. Thank you very much for your conclusions. Thank you.
Okay, who's making a start? Shall I?
No one ever wants to give a start, Henk.
No, I'm looking at Daniel.
I was hoping for Daniel to do that. There he
Yes.
is. Okay.
Hey, I hope my camera and audio is working now. Yeah.
Yes.
I'm impressed with all the information that we've received, and we've covered so much ground that it's obviously hard to conclude and to wrap up what we were able to witness during the 2 days of the online conference. And as mentioned before, the COVID situation was special in many regards, but I think arranging a conference with speakers from all over the world was also one of the big advantages for the whole EFUA consortium. And so, yeah, I'm really happy, and was a fruitful meeting. And I thought maybe we could just start with the major takeaway messages from each of the tables, because this will probably help to structure all the information that we've received and all the content that we have discussed. And I think that the roundtable about new perspectives on types and benefits of urban agriculture really was an interesting start in this regard. Is there anybody from the table who can report a little bit or can wrap up? Claudia is also online, or otherwise we can also start with the very interesting table with the farm to fork strategy, because I think the policy making aspect we've learned that it is still a little bit a subject for future developments, but we've also discussed so much content which is directly linked to policy making. So maybe Henk, you can give a start and present the major takeaway messages from this roundtable.
Yeah, that's fine, Daniel. I'm happy to do that. And well, maybe just a reminder, because it's already some time ago and we've had lots of information since then, but we had this roundtable also with people from DG Agri, from Joint Research Center, and different stakeholders, and also representatives from city governments on the farm to fork and on policy more in general. I've been thinking about what, in my opinion, are 3 important lessons from that roundtable. I think one of the things that really got very clear and also confirmed what was already presented in the roundtable on typology and multiple benefits, that these multiple benefits of urban agriculture and also its potential to contribute to different sustainability goals, both economic, environmental, social, but even including resilience, is widely recognized. And so there is also a wide agreement that urban agriculture is definitely an important part of the future European food system. At the same time, if we start looking at policy, there are still many challenges. But one of the things that I found very striking in the roundtable discussion is that there is a widely shared and strong felt need amongst policymakers and stakeholders, and also at different levels, from Europe to farmers' unions to city representatives, for more policy integration, both between different policy areas, but also between different policy scale levels. So this idea of multi-level governance is also something that is very much voiced also by Europe. And a third lesson maybe is that here there is still much to be done. There are interesting starting points. Farm to Fork is considered an interesting starting point at EU level, integrating different policy areas. At city level, there are many interesting examples from urban food strategies. But at the same time, there is also very much a need for more concrete policy instruments and governance arrangements. There are some starting points for that, like public procurement, school food programs, cooperation measures, local value chain models were mentioned, but they are really starting points that need further development. So in that respect, there is still also much that we can contribute with FUI in the coming time.
Okay, thank you very much, Henk. I think the question of policy making is obviously also directly linked to the benefits that urban agriculture can provide to us. And what was very interesting for me to see is that although we think that the benefits can be objectively evaluated or assessed, it became immediately aware to us during the round table, during this poll, that it's a matter of perspective of how we look at these benefits, and maybe urban agriculture enthusiasts are experiencing the benefits for a long time, while we just slowly start to recognize these in policy making and translating these into much needed policies. So now Jan Elko is also available. Maybe he can report a little bit on this aspect of assessing, evaluating the benefits of urban agriculture. We've seen in the poll that the social dimension, social cohesion, also the social capital that is built through urban agriculture was very prominent to us, and it was harder to detect or to identify this in the literature. So maybe Jan, you can explain or wrap up the major takeaway messages from the roundtable of day one, where you discussed the perspectives of types of urban agriculture and the according benefits, the mechanics, the interlinks.
Yeah, thanks, Daniel. Yeah, we started with the word cloud of typology. It was really a word cloud concerning urban agriculture, but that, if you can distill it to these 6 types we found in our survey, I think that resonates a lot with what is urban agriculture today. But there was also critical questions about it's still evolving, and so how to fit, let's say, mushroom production or insect production on food scraps within the model of urban agriculture, and this is also part of our family. So we'll see in the future, of course, but I think an added value, and that is also kind of part of the benefits of urban agriculture, is the part of the urban circularity. Was also one of the discussions within our group. Although most, and that was the second word cloud about the benefits of urban agriculture, was about the social part, and the social part is tangible and intangible, both sides. And it was also in the session of Nele, how to value this the social part. And maybe that's still work to do for us as scientists. I don't know, but some we should take it for granted, and we don't need to measure everything to prove it's good or not good. And I think another point is that we also have to be critical to ourselves as people devoted to urban agriculture. And that was also a bit part of the benefit discussion, because we have benefits, tangible benefits, but also there are side effects, and there were critical side effects. Is it healthy to eat food? And it was one of the, maybe it was discussed in the video presented by a beautiful video of Sofia, where people consuming food, from the inner city, and is it still healthy? And then I think we have to be critical about that. Is it? And so don't see it as so we have to be aware that there is also an other side, and that will helpful. That I think that will be strengthen us as a urban agriculture group. So that's a bit, I think, about our round table, and of course I spread it to the to the other round tables what I've seen the last 2 days.
Okay, thank you very much, Jan Alko. That would be the straight connection to the table of Donna, because the question of governance has also been repeated throughout the conference. We thought about how are urban agriculture projects established and managed and operated, and by having a look at the case studies and by listening to the local stories, I think it became very apparent to us that it's really just a top-down approach or a bottom-up approach, but most other projects are more situated within this continuum or scattergram, how Dana put it. So this idea of multi-level governance of various models of governance was very important to us. And we've discussed this many times. Donna and her team are also developing this governance matrix as a tool to get a better understanding of governance in urban agriculture. We've also heard about these new ideas like place-sensitive governance models. So far, maybe Donna, you can shed light a little bit on this issue of governance and sum up what has been discussed at your roundtable, also incorporating the ideas from the interesting case studies from Oslo, from Sofia, also from Loma.
Yes. Yes, thank you. Definitely. Well, I would approach this task with wrapping up from two sides. One is the fact that what we have already done within EFUA has been pretty much confirmed, I would say, as maybe it's not modest, but I'm very happy that what we heard from Oslo and Rome and Lorech really kind of gives us confidence to continue using this tool, our practice governance matrix, which is pretty much a set of elements that we want to study in relation to each other. So when we're viewing actors and different modes of interaction, top down, bottom up, but also at different stages of development of an urban agriculture activity, and also the goals and the benefits that are achieved through different types of governance. And we've seen in the Oslo case, we have seen the goals that are being chased after they really fit with what Claudia and her team have been studying, collecting data. There is absolutely no mismatch there. In Rome, again, moving from unstructured and informal use of the land to being more kind of in a more structured work with the municipality and planning and regulating these these relations. And then in Lorech, I was really impressed the way that local associations and actors could actually come together and replicate, not replicate, but adapt existing models elsewhere. So not only we see efficient different types of practice governance links, but we also see that they could be taken up and used in a different situation to achieve the same impacts. Then, of course, there's still things that we have to look into that are still not very clear. As Jan Elko mentioned, so we didn't really dig deep into risks and into what could be at stake, because when we talk about social inclusion, we also talk about social consolidation, but that could happen at the expense of other social risks. One group could be a winner, another one could be a loser, and we still have time to look into that in our future work. And also a big question to me that arose after not only our session, but listening to all the other discussions is we keep saying and we keep seeing how important urban agriculture is in dealing with such a huge range of problems, social problems, environmental problems, some economic challenges. And then there's so many places that urban agriculture is not happening as smoothly as actors would like it to be. So I think it's worth looking into that as well, and how governance could be employed in a better way, from bottom-up perspective or a top-down perspective, or somewhere in between. And yes, I think our work is cut out. It's pretty clear. I'm very excited about the coming months and coming tasks, and I'm really also happy that we've got such a broad team of partners outside EFRA that we met yesterday and today. So I hope we keep on working efficiently with them as well. Thank you.
Okay. So also the idea to better deploy governance, this would be the link to spatial planning. And as I posted in the chat, I really enjoyed the case studies, the diversity of the case studies, which have been presented on day 2 today at the roundtable planning with urban agriculture, because the case studies from the Mediterranean and from Italy and from Portugal, and they clearly underpinned the keynote from Frank Lorbeck that urban agriculture has a long history, and it has to be considered a heritage. I was also amazed to see that the patrimonial farms somehow found their way now into the farm to fork policy in their policy scheme. So they are clearly also recognizing this heritage quality of urban agriculture. But we've also seen that in Almere, a very new city, which is about to celebrate its 50th birthday, urban agriculture is also a backbone of a contemporary new town. So we have the historic dimension. It has a long history, but it also has a future, and how to deal with it in spatial planning. This puzzles me as a little bit as a trade landscape architect, as a landscape planner. This is completely my field of expertise. And I mean, we are facing a lot of challenges because for traditional urban planning, it might feel too rural, but for traditional landscape planning, it might feel too urban. So again, it's like sitting in between chairs. Claudia also pointed out that there's not a zone for urban agriculture right now. So what can we do to also better embed it into spatial planning? It seems like, the historic examples have clearly shown the Broadacre city, the garden city, that maybe in the past people did a better job of just taking it as a natural element of the city. And with our highly complicated planning system, we are making things maybe even more difficult than they should be in this regard. So, Claudia, can you reflect on this a little bit, since we've seen so many interesting case studies?
You know, we are just in the starting phase of the task on planning with urban agriculture. So this conference was really useful to get better knowledge on the variety of systems. Well, basically, the basic message, maybe not so obvious, is that the spatial planning definitely plays a role in establishing conditions and maintaining conditions for urban agriculture. At the urban and the city regional level, a wide spectrum of planning tools are available and have been tested, namely strategic plans, but also statutory plans, urban regulations, protective designations. So, and beside planning controls, some incentive measures can also be grounded in spatial zones. So good spatial analysis contributes to policy design, obviously. So being so varied, the policy domains of urban agriculture, it is crucial to connect the expected benefits, the types, the spatial analysis, the planning framework, the national planning framework, in order to select the most appropriate planning tool. And I would say that transferability in this field is something that has to be really carefully handled. After planning, management is crucial, meaning that people should be at the center, being them professionals who need facilities for their business, or gardeners who might need participatory protocols, and so on and so forth. If I can add my personal opinion, the fundamental role of spatial planning, the best thing that spatial planning can do is very simple, is to save soil for farming, while carrying on its ordinary activity. So achieving the net land take objective of the European Commission is maybe the best mission for us as planners. So for my part, that's all. But as I said, we are at in the starting phase of the research on this issue. So we would appreciate further contributions from the public and the colleagues. Thanks.
Okay, thank you so much for summing up this session. I also wrote down to step away from this prescriptive linear planning system, provide room for dynamic development, leave it to the people, was a claim from the table. It is really true, especially since we've seen that urban agriculture is a phenomenon that evolves through space and time. So maybe it doesn't really make sense to try to address it in static plans, but so we have to work on getting a better understanding of the dynamics and leaving room for the dynamics in our planning system, and also develop some sort of planning culture which is feeling comfortable with this dynamic. So these are interesting points, and I think the better deployment of urban agriculture was also intensively discussed at the table Common Ground for Urban Agriculture. We've talked a little bit about the allotment gardens, the smaller gardens, but also about the future of professional farmers. It was emphasized that we are desperately in the need for new urban farmers, because the older generation, they are about to retire, and so we need new dedicated people who are skilled, who are familiar with urban agriculture, who can make clever use of it. And maybe Nele, you want to explain or to wrap up, to sum up the major outcomes of the discussion at your table?
Yes. Thank you. I want to start with this, that after a lot of individual contacts, mainly online or by phone or by mail, I was really happy to have like different active, engaged urban farmers and gardeners at the same time around the table. So in that way, the digital option is sometimes a little bit difficult, but I see a lot of positive things, because we could then bring together people from Rome, Belgium, France, Germany, and even Jeddah at the same time around the table. And what did we learn there? I'll start from the level, the regional or local level where the associations work in, is that the local activity is very essential for associations to be successful. They're close to citizens, to governments, where they do a lot of efforts to communicate about food, healthy foods, healthy environment, but also about farming. And like you say, this creates like an interesting pool for existing and newcomers in farming to get inspired and to get the right vocation and knowledge to start farming their own. They also stress, both associations, that different forms are really needed, because they all have their own benefits, but we need like a better understanding. That is not new. I will come to that as a task for our forum. And also they stressed at the local level the importance of zoning. What Claudia explained, it all starts with a place to farm, to garden. And if cities don't really think about it, and it's their task on city level to think about zoning, it's just like it doesn't get any place. So it all starts with a clear zoning of open space, dedicating it to food production. What can we learn from that to build on European Forum? I think is to really recognize that local activity, and we can help, and we already started that, to develop then a common language. What are we talking about? Throughout the different presentations, you see that still, of course, it's normal. We all make our own categories, but I think towards governments, it's really important for the recognition of urban agriculture, of course, that we have like a common language. And I think then I'm very happy with the work already done in EFWA, that we are really having something valuable on the table to go to governments and to start talking about the different forms. Also with the different benefits, and I won't repeat them all, but I maybe can stress one that Henry reminded us of. He said, like, what I think, if I think about urban agriculture in Europe, I'm touched by the deep commitment towards sustainability. In some regions, it's more about the techniques, but he really is interested in that commitment towards sustainability. So I think Europe should really consider urban farming and urban gardening as a great pool for new and urban and rural food producers. I'm sorry, even for new techniques and so on. We talked about circularity. That's a really important thing, also related to urban agriculture and urban gardening. An extra came at the end, maybe also in the light of the immigration. He also saw a look for urban farming and gardening as an important location for both Europeans and newcomers in Europe, where you can create like also a safe space around something very human, which is in the end is food. It brings people together in a very safe environment, where you have a lot of talents. I remember from the former presentations, you have like a lot of talents coming there together. People with different visions, they are all there working together for a common goal. And they can have a lot of different opinions, but you have a safe environment where people can meet and discuss in a positive way. So those two things I wanted to stress here at the conclusions. And of course, this all should lead if you start with the better recognition of urban agriculture, of course, this should lead then to new pathways, as Henry called it, towards urban agriculture, where new legislation, but also new financial tools are a part of it, in a way to enforce the benefits that we discussed. And of course, like Claudia said, we still need research also to, or you mentioned it, Daniel, research in order to and access both on the technical and social innovation.
Thank you.
I think the main topics.
Thank you very much, Nele, for summing up this table. Again, it was a very interesting conference, and the major takeaway message for me was that urban agriculture has been here for a while. It has a long history, it has a long tradition, but it also has to have a future, and we are all working in this regard to provide urban agriculture with a good future. We should take advantage of this deeper commitment to sustainability, to circular economy, and it's somehow in our hand to define the pathways, but also to provide urban agriculture with the dynamics that we discussed. So I think the IFUA Forum can really act as a catalyst in this regard to make sure that urban agriculture has a future, a good, fruitful future. And I think the 4 major aims which we have defined are really well selected, and I see the pieces of the puzzle coming together for this FACTS conference. I think we've achieved a lot. It will be exciting and curious to move on to the next stage, to this stage that is called Next, the better deployment stage, and finally to the better policy stage. And I think the good thing is that we're already having all these future steps in mind. So it is a very comprehensive approach that you're taking on urban agriculture, and to my understanding, we are done for now. We've concluded.
Can I still say something on that, Daniel?
Sure, Hank.
No, because I also feel, and that maybe you're right, this is the FACTS conference and we're going to the next conference, but I also want to confirm what this conference has shown, how big the opportunity is there. We have shown in this conference that many of the aspects of urban agriculture, both in terms of different types and benefits in different types of governance arrangements, that this is established. It's also recognized. At the same time, we see that there is really a very big interest, both at local level, but also at European level, to make steps forward with that. I think that is where the challenge is. It's been very good that we've seen a lot of the richness of urban agriculture in different types, in different companies, in different initiatives, in different policy arrangements. It's also good that we have seen the importance of this local level in getting things moving. But now I think it's also the point that we need to make next steps and learn lessons from what works good in some areas. What can we address more systematically in the same way in different countries, and what is the role also of higher governments for that, because that I think is still very much a challenge. Urban agriculture is not just a concern from local governments. It should also be a concern from national and European governments, and that is exactly what this project is also about.
Okay, thank you very much for this addition, Hank. Any other comments, maybe from the chat? Something we also need to take care of?
I see, yes, Daniel, I see there is a comment from Claudia Segreto to Janelko. I agree, Janelko. We also need to see the limits of urban agriculture in order to understand how to advance with it. Yes, it was just a comment from Claudia for Jan.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. because we aren't there. Because it's also shown in this conference. We see the highlights of urban agriculture, but there are a lot of lessons. Not only as Henk mentioned in the governance and policy table, but also in the practitioners table, or and even in our table as scientists. And I think to stay critical is that you get the advance and the progress, and so we should be aware of that. I think that's my reply to the comment of Claudia. So I agree with her.
Okay.
And that's at the table at the next conference, I hope.
We will make sure to include this as a new table, as a new idea for a table. Yeah, I mean, we all want to believe in the holy grail of urban agriculture. Yeah, but recognizing the limits is probably also a good idea. Yeah, if there are other comments from the chat, I will be happy to include these. Otherwise, thank you so much, especially to Patricia Hernandez, for making things possible, for organizing this conference. You did an excellent job, in my opinion. And I mean, it was a major challenge. We've discussed this many, many times, that the circumstances and the travel restrictions, they all kept changing during the last almost 1.5 years now. And so we have had to take so many spontaneous decisions, and we went through so many coping strategies, and I think the final product is excellent. It was a very fruitful, a very interesting conference with many interesting speakers from all over the world, which is definitely a plus of meeting online. And so thanks for all the efforts, for all your work you put into this conference, and again, the stage is yours.
Yes, thank you, Daniel. Actually, I take the opportunity to cling on to your words, and none of this would have been possible yesterday and today without your help. Your means the entire EFWA team, the entire EFWA consortium, in the making of the conference, in the building of the program, in the approaching the speakers, in the convincing speakers at times. And I'm talking to Henk directly, who has been very much involved in this task. And I thank you, because by listening to the conclusions, I'm very satisfied, because the results are there through the conclusions you just exposed there. So the 2 days we have just spent together have brought a lot of knowledge, a lot of sharing of experiences and know-how, and I'm really glad that you, the team of EFWA, are satisfied, and our participants are satisfied with what we have actually offered them. So thank you again to all of you, and we really hope to see all of you at the next meeting, which is taking in Sofia. News about it will be indicated on the website very shortly. And thank you again. Thank you to all our participants. And we hope to see you in Rome and to welcome you in Rome in any other occasion. We are always here. The Eternal City is always here. So we will welcome you soon here for any other opportunity. Any excuse is good to come to Rome. We are here for you. Thank you. Thank you,
Patricia.
Thank you, Patricia.
Thank you. Have an enjoyable evening. Thank you very much. Goodbye. Thank you.
Goodbye.
Ciao.